Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Dylan Reed, Dino Lombardi, and Paul Gogan, and our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. For those participating virtually, when your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share any presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must, on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Today I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda, and where an application is contested, the agent or applicant will proceed with a presentation. When the application is uncontested, the committee may not require a presentation. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation. Then individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call first on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will be taken into the committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to confirm?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. No minutes ready for adoption at this time.
All right. Any declarations of interest, staff or panel members from this morning's session? See none. Any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. There are two files regarding 40 and 44 Mitchell Avenue, file number A0272/21TY and file number A0273/21TY. These are files that were previously deferred, and the owners no longer want to pursue the proposals.
All right, thank you. I'll need a motion to close those files. Paul, seconded by Adino. Those files are closed. Any deferral requests for this morning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one deferral request, item number 10, 112 Argyle Street, file number A0927/25TY. We can probably deal with that item at this time.
Okay. All right, I'll just read it into the record. 112 Argyle Street is an application to alter the existing one-story detached ancillary building abutting the laneway by constructing a one-story addition along the south wall and a complete second-story addition. There will be a one-car garage on the first level and one laneway suite, which will occupy a portion of the first level and the entire area on the second level. There'll be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, a deferral request from the agent, a correspondence from the agent, and an order to comply affecting the subject property. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and correspondence and support from 175 Lisgar. Is the agent with us?
For you, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to find the agent online, but I'm not finding him at the moment. I'm going to try calling in.
Okay, thank you. No luck?
Sorry, I'm going to try calling again.
Okay.
Hello, Sal, you've been unmuted. Hello, Sal, you've been unmuted.
Sal, you there? Do we want to come back? Okay. All right, we'll resume the agenda with item number 1. This is 6 Sunnybrook Road. This is an application to construct a one-story ancillary building containing a garden suite in the rear yard of the property. The existing detached garage will be demolished. There'll be a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, previous decision number affecting the subject property. We have an arborist report. There is email correspondence from Urban Forestry, a staff report from Urban Forestry, and an advisory report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence in opposition from 1 Hazelbrae Road, 4 Sunnybrook Road, 16 Armadale, 2 Sunnybrook Road, 47 Armadale, and the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 2 speakers in opposition also online.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Name and address, please, sir.
My name is Tomasz Gorał, and I'm the agent for the subject property at 6 Sunnybrook Road.
Okay, sir, before you start, a couple things. You were here previously for an application that involved the principal residence and the garden suite, and your garden suite was refused, so you're back with new variances for the garden suite. We're going to ask you to highlight what the differences are in the 2 applications, but also you've seen Forestry's advisory report. We need all of us, I think, to understand a little bit better the implications of their report and the tree that is either on the property or on the neighbor's property. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Correct, thank you. Okay, so the first time we came for the Committee of Adjustment hearing, we did want to group everything under one hearing, but the arborist came to us and said that the proposed garden suite was a little bit too close to the neighbor tree, and that he recommends it being 5 feet. Losing the entire hearing, we decided at the hearing to forego all variances that were tied to the garden suite, and we just dealt with the principal home so that way we can get our permit and start construction. Then going back and forth with the arborist and the urban forestry, they've been in some conversations. We did reshape the garden suite. We moved it away from the tree in question, the 5 feet, as you can see on that site plan. And basically, at this point, urban forestry wants to see some structural details of the garden suite before they can make a final decision. But we said that, well, we want to go to committee first, have our presentation, see if we get approved. And then from there, of course, we will do the structural drawings and show them if it is accepted or not. But the main issue is they don't want us digging a foundation, which we said is not a problem. So I know between urban forestry and the arborist, they were discussing floated slabs and raft slabs, which we have no problem doing. We don't want to ruin that tree, as it is the neighbor's tree, it isn't our tree, but we do want to put the garden suite in. So we just want to work with the engineers, the arborists, and the urban forestry to make sure that everyone's satisfied.
Sir, I think our initial reaction is your sequencing might be a little bit off, and in terms of providing the committee with something a little bit more certain in terms of what your proposal might be. So we are going to hear from the residents, but I think one of the options that the committee we'll want to discuss and get your perspective on it is whether this is premature and you may want to get another deferral so that you have the opportunity to kind of clear what you need to clear with forestry prior to getting in front of this committee. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's hear from those folks who want to speak on this item.
Hello, Zoe, you've been unmuted.
Good morning.
Hello, Zoe, you've been unmuted.
Go to the next speaker.
Hello, Nicholas, you've been unmuted.
Problem at our end or their end or what?
Hello, Nicholas, can you hear me? I have him online.
All right, let's try our third speaker. Third time's a charm.
Through the chair, that's all the speakers
okay.
I have on the list. Is there anyone in person speaking to this item?
All right, then.
Hello, Nicholas, you've been unmuted. Through the chair, would you like me to try the first speaker?
Yeah, why don't we
Sorry.
try and get a hold of Zoe?
Hello, Zoe.
Hello,
you've
can you hear
been
me?
Oh,
there you are.
hi.
Hello.
Hi. It looks like there's some issues with the WebEx audio, just as an FYI.
Okay, thank you. Just name and address for the record.
Name is Zoe Zwolak 50, and address is 4 Sunnybrook Road.
All right, ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So we echo your previous comments or your earlier comments just with regards to the application seeming like it might be a bit premature. I think there's a number of things that are required from urban forestry in advance of this being approved. So definitely echo that comment shared earlier. We, in line with the letter that we submitted, the letter of objection, so that we're on board with resubmissions. However, this application certainly echoes the original submission in many ways. And many of the reasons of why it was refused by the COA originally have not really been updated. So it did not originally rear yard setback. It did not meet the rear yard soft landscaping, and the COA noted that the development of land was not desirable and did not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and official plan. Additionally, the arborist report that was submitted by 6 Sunnybrook Road on January 19th indicates that the tree will incur some injury, and the tree is on our property. The 93 centimeter Norway maple is on our property, and we do not approve or authorize any injury to our tree. We also would like to highlight that any, or our ask anyway, is that the COA make it very clear to the owner and applicant that any permitting that is required by urban forestry must be achieved and secured in advance of any work commencing, because that wasn't actually the case with the original build for this project, and they started building without permits approved. The reduction in soft landscaping also will put the surrounding homes, roadways, and neighborhood at increased risk of flooding, which we know, and safety issues, which we know that this is already a very wet. So run into issues with just with some of the work performed previously, where there has been damage incurred to trees, both on our property and as well on some neighboring properties, including 8 SUNNYBROOK, and that was done, I would say, in a bit of disregard to the policies and procedures that are required for a project like this. Yeah, so we, we're opposed to the plan. We're opposed to the submission that was sent in, and we do not authorize any injury to our tree. The tree is required to have a minimum of 6 meters tree protection zone with no work commenced in that area. And the current tree protection zone is not 6 meters, and the submission does not reflect a plan reflective with that included. So yeah, that's our feedback.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Panel, any questions? See none? Thank you, ma'am. Is the ratepayers with us?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll connect Nicholas now.
Okay.
Nicholas, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I assume you can hear me now?
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
All right. Good morning. Nicholas Singh for the Swansea Area Ratepayers. The ratepayers have no issue with our neighbors offering affordable housing on their properties, as permitted. However, there's no indication that the proposed units in this application will be affordable. We also note that urban forestry is recommending denial of the application because of the expected impact on an existing protected tree. And as trees are a very important part of the character of the Swansea neighborhood, we support urban forestry's recommendation for denial. We also had some concerns about the lack of foundation shown in the plans, and we were concerned that without the ability to assess what the foundations would do, we were unable to address fully the impacts of this building on the urban forestry. So we do agree that perhaps the foundation situation should be sorted out previously with urban forestry so that we can have a clear understanding of what it is that is before us and give us an opportunity to fully comment. We also believe that garden suites were approved with safeguards to allow them to be squeezed into backyards while providing some measure of separation from the neighbors. And we believe that these setbacks should be maintained as a minimum separation unless there was evidence, such as in the case of 45 Armadale, which was heard last year, where the location of the suite and the location of the neighboring homes made it reasonable to change the location of the building. In this case, we see no reason to set aside the required setbacks. So those are our comments. We remain at this point opposed to the application. We believe that the setbacks impact the soft landscaping. We see that the property already received considerable leeway in terms of soft landscaping at the previous hearing. And we understand that city council or planning has become quite concerned, particularly with garden suites and infill regarding soft landscaping, and that we should be looking to maintain the soft landscaping. So we oppose again, the particular variances here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's get the agent back, please.
Hello, Tomas. You've been unmuted.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, I'm just going to start off by reiterating what we said at the top, that based on what we're hearing from the neighbors and based on what we've read from urban forestry, would you be willing to defer this application?
Just one quick comment I want to make in regards to the garden suite. I mean, the setbacks will always be as we're proposing, whichever route we go. I mean, the garage, the garage from the neighbor on the left-hand side, you can see from the site plan, they're closer. The structures are basically, it's a structure in the back. I'm okay to defer it if you feel that that's the best approach. I was under the impression that I wanted to get through this before we get into engineering and all those drawings, because without urban forestry's approval, and they have actual engineers that are going to assess this, and they're going to deem if it's satisfactory or not, it will never be built if we don't get a permit from there. So that's why I was under the impression we get our first step here, we get our blessing from Committee of Adjustment, but doesn't mean that we're building tomorrow. We still have to go through engineering, through urban forestry, and urban forestry won't give us the green light until they're completely satisfied. So that was my rationale. If you don't feel that that's a good approach, then yes, we would rather defer, because we don't want to spend the amount of money we spent to come to C of A. We'd like to save wherever we can, right?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's actually the inverse. I think it's better to have all your ducks lined up before you come to committee. It puts the committee at a bit of a disadvantage when we are being asked to prove something when there's a fairly significant outstanding issue. So I think you're better off by resolving that issue with forestry, and based on whatever that outcome is, then you could and should return back to this committee if you still require variances. So if you're okay with that, I'm just going to ask colleagues whether anyone have any questions or comments on that. Dino?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The first thing I want to ask is, there was some information in the materials submitted about several stop work orders on the construction of the existing home. Can you elaborate on why those were issued?
Yes, I can speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a sensitive neighborhood. No one was happy about the construction, but since we started, there's been another 2 builds on the site. So I guess they were just trying to delay us, and they were calling ministry, the police, the tree, urban forestry, everybody. And they, of course, they have to come to site, so they came to site, we would clear it, and then we would continue, and then we get a call, so they have to come, we have to resolve it. It just been a lot of like back and forth on nonsense, but I mean, they can make the call, then we have to talk to the representative that comes there, show them that we're doing everything according to what we have approval and what we're allowed to do, and then they let us continue working, right?
All right, well, thank you for that explanation. I still think that, stop work orders are issued by the city for a reason and not just something that's vexatious or frivolous. But anyway, second question for you. Well, it's actually more of a comment. I'll echo the chair's comments, and that is that I think you're approaching this process backwards, and it's clear that from the comments from Urban Forestry that they have every right to refuse to issue a permit to the applicant in this situation. So it's better to get your ducks in a row, as the chair has said. I have a concern about variance number 1, which is the rear soft landscaping. And so that would be a very significant issue for me. So just a question and a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's go into committee. I think a deferral is probably the best in the situation. Dylan?
I agree. That was my thought as well. So I'm happy to move a deferral so that the applicant can clear their plans with urban forestry before returning to us.
Great, thank you. A seconder? Seconded by Mr. Gogan. Motion by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Gogan to defer. All in favor? Okay, this item is deferred. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move to item number 10. We
Oh,
do have
back
the
to 10?
agent, and that's the deferral request.
Okay, hang on a second. All right, I've already read this into the record, so if the agent is there,
Good morning, through you, Mr. Chair. Sal Creamy, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West, requesting a deferral on 112 Argyle Street.
great, thank you very much, sir. And the reason for the deferral?
So at the time of application for the garden suite, which is what's in front of you, we had not received the notice for the house, which was under also application on a separate permit. We received it in the interim of the application notice being mailed out. As such, we need to satisfy proper notice, and we'll combine both the house and the garden suite in one application at a future hearing date, with your permission.
All right, that sounds great. Thanks very much. All right, panel, no questions. All right, let's take it into committee. If someone want to move, Dino?
I'll move that this matter be deferred.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lombardi to defer, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That item is deferred. All right, we're back to item number 2, which is 189 Medland Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by converting the existing integral garage into a habitable space. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February 13th, 8 photographs of on the subject property. And we have the agent.
Through you, Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Great. Good morning, sir. Mr. Vieira?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marco Vieira. My address is 257 Dunraven Drive.
Great. Just hang on a sec, sir. Does anyone need a presentation? I think this is fairly straightforward. Sir, we don't need a presentation this morning. We've read your application. We're familiar with the material. We may have questions, but is there anything you'd like to share with the committee before we do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I think it's just like to state that's really simple. It's taking existing space to add another bedroom without having to add and using the current garage that is being used for storage seemed as the best approach for this proposal.
Okay, great. Any questions, panel? Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. So I noticed that the applicant in the existing lot, there's a reverse driveway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So many years ago, I lived in on a property that had a reverse lot. Driveway. They are no longer permitted by the city. My question to you is, if you're going to have habitable space in that garage, how are you preventing any water runoff that would obviously run towards the bottom of the driveway and possibly into the garage?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is currently a trench drain along the front of the existing entrance to the garage. That is going to remain in place. So there is no proposed changes to the exterior of the area in front of the garage.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go into committee. Dylan?
This makes a lot of sense. A lot of people use their garages for storage in any case, so in a sense, we're just recognizing or, how it's already being used. And I think it's actually better to have habitable space in an integral garage. And there is parking available fully on the property already, so I have no problem with this, and I'm happy to move a motion to approve these variances.
Okay, no conditions. Motion by Mr. Reed to approve, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Move on to item number 3. 386 Brunswick Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story front addition, enclosing the front porch with stairs, a rear basement addition with walkout, a rear 1- and 2-story additions with 2nd and 3rd-story balconies, and a rear 3rd-story dormer addition. It's also to reconstruct the front turret. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February the 6th. We have red line public notice. We have 11 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, and a previous decision number affecting the subject property. We have staff reports from community planning and from urban forestry.
We have
Hi, good
the-
morning.
Oh, hi, Ms. Reish.
Hi, yes, I'm Paige Reisha. I am the designer and applicant for this application. My address is 222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 4M8.
All right, ma'am, can you just take us through, you've got some revised variances or red line notice?
Yes, so we were reached out to by planning staff regarding variance number 4, which is regarding the rear yard landscaping. They wanted us to reduce it as much as possible, and we came to an agreement to increase it, sorry, not reduce it, increase it by 1.5%, which ends up being 61.8 meters squared. This is very minor in what the adjustment was. It really was the walkway that's in the rear yard that was decreased to increase the grass surrounding it.
Okay, panel, does anyone need a presentation, or you just want to go to questions? Okay, Paige, we don't need a full presentation today. We've read the application, obviously. Is there anything you'd like to share with the committee? We may have some questions.
Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? No questions. A couple things. Everyone appreciates always when an applicant increases the rear yard landscaping. There is a walkway in the rear. It just, on the site plan, just says interlock, which isn't necessarily permeable. Would you be okay with making that permeable pavers rather than interlocking pavers?
My client would prefer to keep it interlock if possible. They've already purchased the interlock, so I don't think they can return it because they purchased it back in the fall.
Okay. The 3rd-story balcony, is it screened?
Yes,
Okay. All right.
and that was part of the original application back in July.
Okay. All right, panel, any questions? None? All right, thank you, ma'am. Let's go into committee. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a modest redevelopment or renovation of the existing home. There are 4 variances being requested in total. I point out that this is a corner lot flanking on Barton Avenue. There are already 2nd and 3rd-story rear balconies. In looking at the variances being requested, there are 2 for setback reductions, but as we all know, OREG 257/25 is in full effect and force, so that adds an additional 10% to an as-of-right setback, minimum setback requirement. So I don't see those 2 variances as being significant at all. I see them as minor. Variance number 4, which is the rear soft landscaping, I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I would have liked to have seen that as permeable pavers, but I understand the explanation. Generally speaking, I think this application and the variances being requested maintain the general intent purpose of the official plan, as well as the zoning bylaw, desirable and appropriate for the development of land, and are minor in nature, and I would be prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the variances, subject to urban forestry condition as well as community planning condition, which they have put forward substantially in accordance with, which I think is a standard condition. And I think we dealt with the permeable pavers as well as screening of the balconies. It already exists. So I'm prepared to move a motion supporting approval of this with those two conditions.
All right, motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve,
As amended.
as amended, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Okay, item number 4. 271 St. Clair Avenue East. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached duplex with a front porch and stairs, a front integral garage, including a car lift, a rear basement walkout with stairs, a rear ground floor with stairs, a front 3rd-story balcony, and a rear 3rd-floor terrace. Also to construct a new 1-story detached ancillary building, which is to be used as office space in the rear yard. There'll be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February the 3rd, 2 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from the agent, planning justification report from the agent, and an arborist report and tree protection plan. Committee, we have staff reports from urban forestry, and an advisory report from urban forestry. We have correspondence and concern from 275 St. Clair Avenue East.
Through the chair, we have the agent online, 1 speaker in opposition and 2 in interest.
All right. Okay, if we have the agent.
Hello, Franco, you've been unmuted.
Oh, yes, good morning. Thank you for meeting me, but I'm not on this file. I'm dealing with 42 Bloor Street West. Thank you.
Hang tight, Franco.
Thanks.
Hello,
Good morning,
Francesca.
can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Francesco Fiorani, Bruto Consulting, address 113 Miranda Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, postal code M6B 3W8.
Great, sir. We have some folks who want to speak to this item, so we'll need a presentation, please.
Absolutely. I see the presentation is on board. If you can go on full screen or just to the next slide, please. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. As I said, I am the planning consultant for the application at 271 St. Clair Avenue East. The application proposes a new 3-story duplex dwelling on a narrow and deep lot within a neighborhood designation in the city of Toronto. First and foremost, I want to thank your staff for assisting me in getting all our ducks in order prior to heading to this committee. We have been trying to modify the variances as much as possible prior to attending the meeting today. Before I start with the variances, I quickly wanted to show you an air photo. So you can see the site context of this truly unique lot. It's like I said, a narrow and deep lot. It is abutting a 4-story apartment building at the corner of Mount Pleasant Road and St. Clair Avenue East, and a 2.5-story dwelling on the east side. Next slide, please. So I know that we have 12 requested variances before you today, and I believe they would be best understood when grouped into 4 related categories. I will walk you through each group, referencing the specific variance numbers, and explain why each group satisfies the 4 tests of the Planning Act. So the slide you see before you here is the first group of variances, which pertains to the side yard setbacks for the proposed dwelling, platforms, and some architectural encroachments. These would be variances number 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12 on the list you have on the agenda. This group of variances relates to the proposed reduced interior side yard setbacks and encroachments by the decks, the balconies, the canopy and architectural features and front stairs of the proposed house. In short, the proposed side yard setbacks are essentially 0.3 meters on the west. That is the side yard that is abutting the existing apartment dwelling, which is the least sensitive receptor. So this was done intentionally considering that fact. Just for reference, the existing dwelling has a side yard setback of 0. So we are actually setting back the new building a little bit. On the other side, on the west side yard setback, we have a setback of 0.61, a proposed side yard setback of 0.61 meters. And generally, the minimum side yard required is 0.9 meters. However, given the narrow context of this lot, we are in a way forced to have these proposed side yard setbacks before you. We did conduct, and we included this in our justification report, a detailed lot study showing that about 74 nearby lots have interior side yards with side yard setback less than 0.9 meters, and many as small as 0 meters. So we consider the proposed side yards to be acceptable in the context. And as this also confirms that narrow side yards are a prevailing condition in this neighborhood. The key point, the tightest setbacks and encroachments are on the west side, abutting the existing apartment building, which is a less sensitive interface. The east side, adjacent to the detached dwelling, is set back further. And all platforms and features are open, unenclosed, and modest in scale, resulting in no privacy or overlook impacts. As for variance number 7, I did want to flag that there was a type out on the variance that you have before you. It's not the 3rd story platform. It's actually the ground floor platform on the rear yard, and which again has no privacy or overlook impacts.
Hold on a sec. Sorry, sir. So you're amending variance number 7?
Variance number 7 has a type out. When I submitted my zoning waiver, it was for the rear yard deck, not for the 3rd story platform.
Sabrina, can we make that adjustment? Hang on a sec, sir.
No worries. And just to be specific, it's pertaining to the deck that is encroaching 1.34 meters into the required rear yard. And you will be able to see that on our site plan drawing on the right-hand side there. You will see a measurement of 1.339. That's what it's pertaining to, not the 3rd floor terrace.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll check the zoning review, but we can continue.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
And just quickly, I see that I have 22 seconds. If I may just get a slight extension to go over
yes, you can.
The variances. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I covered the side yard, the group of yard setbacks here. Just in terms of the foretest, it is my professional opinion that the variances respect and reinforce the existing neighborhood character. I believe they maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw regarding separation and compatibility with adjacent uses. I believe they are minor individually and cumulatively, and they are desirable, allowing a functional outdoor space in the rear and a safe access on a narrow lot. Now, moving on to slide number 3, please. Or number 4, slide number 4, thank you. Group number 2 of variances, these pertain to the building length and the building depth. These are variances number 3 and 4 on the list. This group of variances addresses the building length and the depth, which exceed the maximum 19-meter limit. The proposed building measures are as follows: 24.7 meters for the building length and 26.3 meters in depth. In this one, I want to note that I know that 26.3 meters in depth may seem large, but that is because of the way it is calculated. It's actually from the minimum required front yard, which in this case is 6.7 meters, and we are proposing a front yard of about 7.6 meters, hence why the number appears larger. However, the actual maximum length of the building is 24.7 meters, and in addition, only on the 1st floor. The building steps back significantly at the 2nd and 3rd floors in consideration of the surrounding context. The only reason to have the building length at 24.7 meters on the ground floor is to be able to put a living room on the proposed building. Considering that this lot is so narrow yet so deep, this is the only way we can actually fit that essential feature on the ground floor of this home. Additional critical context here is that in our lot study we identified in our justification report, there are about 22 nearby lots with building lengths or depths greater than 19 meters, including 4 nearby properties. In addition, the full length occurs, like I said, only at the first story. The building steps back at the second story to about 23 meters and significantly at the third story to about 16 meters. This obviously greatly reduces the perceived mass, shadowing, and the visual impact on surrounding
All right,
properties.
sir, I am going to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay, let me be quick. The third group of variances is number 5. It just pertains to the parapet, which exceeds the main wall height. This is just an architectural feature. It won't have any actual visual impact on the property. And the last group of variances is the rear yard soft landscaping and ancillary building coverage. We did discuss this with your staff. We increased the soft landscaping as much as we could. It's 42.6%. Minimum required is 50. And the ancillary building slightly exceeds the lot coverage only due to the canopy extension, not because of the building itself. The building itself meets the maximum lot coverage, but the roof just extends over, and for some reason that counts as lot coverage. So that's it. To close my statement, we believe we reflect the prevailing neighborhood conditions. We maintain the intent of the official plan and of the zoning bylaw. We do believe, although
All right, sir, I think we've got enough.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we hold our questions until we hear from the speakers. Our first speaker, is anyone here? Oh, come on up, sir. Yep. Yeah, sir.
Point of order. Can we clarify what the variance number 7 will look like when it's amended, so before?
Well, I think Sabrina's checking
Oh,
it
okay.
out.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it'll read, instead of the third floor terrace, it'll be the rear ground floor.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll get the microphone over to the gentleman. Okay, just hit the button.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Name and address, please, sir.
Good morning. My name is Henry Miller, and with my wife Lynn, we are the homeowners at 278 St. Clair Avenue East. And as of this April, we have lived in our house 32 years.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. So, as I said, my name is Henry Miller, and in addition to being world famous Arthur, the royalties are amazing, and I'm in good shape for 130. Plus, what they can do with Botox is fantastic. But I'm privileged to be a resident of this neighborhood, and I have had I'm not an architect, nor a planner, nor a lawyer. I'm a chartered secretary, accountant, retired civil servant, and so I'm used to the ways of public process. And I learned my chops for this sort of thing from my father, the dearly departed Maxwell Miller, noted architect who is a member of the South Rosedale Ratepayers Association, vice president forever, and really enjoyed it. And so overall, I'm sitting as a party of interest. We have some concerns, but as my dad taught me, you can't resist progress if it looks reasonable. And so I would say we're provisionally objecting to this based on some concerns. Overall, it looks like an improvement to the area. It's a 1.5-story clapboard house. We remember when it was owned as an individual family home. It's now being leased for many years. I think the current owners owned it since 2002. And the tenants have been very good. Many of them, people living in the neighborhood and having their own houses renovated and nearby. And others, I think university professors who are here on professional placements. Never any problem with the tenants and very harmonious relationship. I have looked through the variances, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they seem to be minor. And I note it looks like cumulatively you're going to have 1.82 meters over what I would say the 0.9 and that variance 9 is cumulative, so 5.97 feet. It looks to be like the platform will be 2.95 feet wider, or a foot and a half either side, so that's fine. Building depth, if I can clarify, building depth is how far it goes into the ground, will be 23.
No, it's actually from the front lot line, how deep it goes into the lot.
Okay, so that's be a variance of 23.95 feet, 7.3 meters. And then building length is the actual building of the structure, and that'll be 18.7 feet, so a little bit bigger, as said. The parapet will be 8.2 feet higher overall, And my question would be, you know, the 275 St. Clair is a 2.5-story house. I mean, one's an attic, and you would hope in the streetscape it's not too much higher. And then we note that the building setback, well, it's going to be 0.16 meters or 1.92 feet. I point out that the lot line on the west is very tight because you're overlooking the driveway into the apartment building. And then when we get to 7, thanks for the clarification. So you're going to encroach into the ear, that's the deck, but it seems within the variance. And same for item 8. Item 9, we note that it'll only be 42.6% of the year will be maintained as opposed to 50, so a little bit less. But again, it's a very long yard with an existing garage, so having the office doesn't seem to be a problem. And then the area coverage will be, you know, a bigger building by 27.85 square meters, and that's, you know, that'll be a larger area. And then the exterior setback will be you know, variance of 0.32 units, whatever that means. So the stairs will be longer stairs going up the stairs. So we just want to make sure on the west side you're okay with that. And also you mentioned the arborist report. There are trees. So on their boulevard, there is a fruit tree. I think it's a cherry tree that blooms. Over to the neighboring house, there's very old oak or maple tree. And we have very old oaks on the property. Ours was a architecturally designed house in 1919, designed by a disciple of Letchen's, built for a bride, by a groom for his bride. And the major concern my wife has is this is a very tight street. It has traffic, TTC buses, and the major concern that would put us into objection, or if the applicant can satisfy it, how are they going to manage the construction with trucks and graders, diggers, those sort of things during the various hours that the street is in use? So the apartment driveway is across from our driveway, our main driveway, and 271 St. Clair driveway is across from our mutual driveway with our neighbor and our wonderful neighbors. They have kids, so we use the driveways a fair bit. We want to make sure we have access to our house.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
That is your 5 minutes.
Yep.
We can put those questions to the agent. You live right across the street, so your major concern is the impact on traffic?
Well, construction and
Construction,
access
okay.
to our house
Okay.
while the construction is going on.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Can you hear me?
Hang on a sec. Do we have any more speakers on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a speaker in opposition online and a speaker in interest online.
All right, maybe we'll go to the person in opposition.
Hello, Terrell. You're online.
Thank
You're
you.
muted.
This is Tyrrell Wong. I'm an architect and the agent for the owner at 275 St. Clair Avenue East.
All right, you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
The area around 721 St. Clair Avenue East is mostly single-family homes. Many of these homes have tight side yard setbacks on one side, with larger driveway setbacks on the other. There are many rear parking spaces and garages in this established neighborhood. The proposed dwelling at 271 is substantially wider, taller, and longer than most of the existing homes. The driveway between 271 and 275 will be filled in to accommodate more living space for the majority of the building's length, causing both zoning, building, and fire code issues for my client at 275. There are 12 zoning variances requested, but with the limited time, I will address the most egregious. 3 and 4 talk about building depth and building length. As the proposed building will have the same front yard setback as 275, the building length is more important than the building depth, but both numbers well exceed 19 meters, allowed as per the city's official zoning review. The zoning review and drawings that were provided by the architects for 271 use the 17-meter building length requirement and do not mention the building as a duplex, despite the extra 2-meter length the duplex allows. The building is described on page 1 simply as 3-story dwelling. The basement floor plan does not call out a secondary unit. A 24.7-meter building length is not minor whether it is considered a 3-story dwelling unit or as a duplex. Either way, the reality is, for its full length, a wall 12 meters high, 1 meter away, will tower over the existing home at 275. The rear second floor creates a deck that extends almost 4 meters beyond the neighbor's home, and a ground floor extends an additional 1.2 meters beyond that. This is a total of 5.2 meters longer. The 0.5, the main wall height is 9.5 is allowed. From the street, 271 is 6.7 meters wide and 12 meters high. The original structure was closer to 5 meters wide and 5.5 meters high. That is a change of 6.5 meters in height from the original and 2.5 meters above allowable. The new structure will be 3.4 meters above the peak of 275. This means there will be a 6.28 meter difference between the main front walls of the two properties. The average floor height of the proposed building is 3.2 meters tall. As you can see from the elevations and photos, most of the homes on this street are 2 stories tall, with an average floor height of 2.5. The main wall heights of all the houses along the street are similar to 275 and do not have a 3rd story. Number 8, the minimum side yard setback is 0.9. The new location of the proposed building puts the distance between 275 and 271 at only 1 meter. In terms of codes, this puts the owner at 275 in jeopardy with both the building and fire codes. 275 has 17 existing windows on the west wall. Currently, these windows are safely 2.6 meters away from the existing building next door. The original driveway setbacks are common in the area and allow natural light to many of the homes with both windows and doors along the side walls. The ones at 275 will be completely overshadowed by the proposed building. The building code is strict and does not allow new buildings to have any unprotected openings, such as windows less than 1.2 meters away from a separate unit. The owner of 275 may be required to fill in these openings, spend large amounts of money on protecting these openings, with fire-rated glass in order for the home to be able to be insured. Secondary to the cost is the loss of light and access to ventilation throughout the home. This request is not minor. The proposal puts undue harm on its neighbors and as such is not appropriate in an established neighborhood whose majority of dwellings are 2 stories with existing windows and doors that face side yard driveways. It is not desirable for anyone to lose access to light, nor to have the increased risk from fire. As such, the proposal is not desirable or an appropriate development on this land. The general intent and purpose of the city's zoning codes and bylaws are being heavily exceeded in the height and length of this building. As per the official plan policies, in Chapter 4, Policy 5, development in established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood, including in particular prevailing heights, massing, scale, density, dwelling type of nearby residential properties, respecting also prevailing location, design, elevations relative to the grade of driveways and garages.
Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you if I could ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, for these reasons, these variances do not meet the 4 tests and should not be approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? No? And we have one final speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker in interest.
All right.
Hello, Diane, you've been unmuted.
All right, so.
Hi, good morning. Your name and address, please, ma'am.
Diane Shackle, 592 Merchant Street, Toronto, Ontario, M4S 1B3.
Great. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Diane, we also have you at 275 St. Clair Avenue East.
I own that property. My daughter's living there.
Okay, and you just had the architect speak on behalf of you?
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to add to what your agent has already shared with us?
No, I would just support everything she's saying. I'm very concerned about the size of the house and how close it would be to my house.
Okay.
My daughter has renting it there now, but she plans to buy it, so it's absolutely a family concern for me.
All right, ma'am, thank you. Any questions? No?
And I
sorry.
also would be concerned about the construction, like, I'm concerned about digging around and if it would have any impact on my basement foundations.
Okay, we can certainly ask the agent to address that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
thank you.
All right, if we can get the agent back.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for those questions from Henry, Diane, and Tyrrell. Just first and foremost, to address the concerns regarding traffic and construction, I do want to note that we do, after the minor variance application, have to submit a building permit application where we will need to submit an erosion and sediment control plan or construction management plan, which will have to deal with all issues pertaining to the construction method and the traffic. That drawing specifically will only be approved by the city once they find it satisfactorily, which means we will have to conform to all city bylaw pertaining to that. So that's how we would address the construction and traffic matter. And then to speak to the comments from Tyrrell Wong, we did mention that the proposed development will be a duplex. We do mention the basement unit. The basement unit could be used as either a secondary suite or an any suite. It'll be flexible in that manner. Regarding any fire and building code issues, I do want to note that our architect, Kerry Lee Architects, has extensive experience in these types of developments, and I can advise that there will be no fire code or building code issues with the proposed building you see before you. And just to note, on the proposed side elevations, we are not proposing any windows, considering that the side yards are narrow. As such, to meet fire code and interior building code, we will not have any windows on the side elevations. That is how we are resolving that matter. Regarding the proposed height and massing of the building, 3 stories is permitted as per the city's zoning bylaw, and a height of 12 meters is permitted as per the zoning bylaw. We are complying with that. And in order to reduce the massing, and this is why we spoke with your staff for so long prior to attending this meeting, we have, like I said, substantially reduced the massing of the 3rd story to the point where we wouldn't require a main wall variance, because the 3rd story is small enough that from the street, it wouldn't be perceived as too tall. It'll also be slightly shorter than the adjacent 4-story apartment dwelling, and it will not be much taller than the adjacent dwelling on the east. In terms of the density and the layout, we also comply with the zoning bylaw there. We do not require variances there. And if I missed anything else, by all means, please do let me know. But I do think the proposed build form massing architecture as is appropriate for the neighborhood, and it'll certainly be a substantial improvement compared to the existing dwelling that is there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dylan?
For the 3rd-story terrace, would you be okay with a condition to provide privacy screening on the east and west sides?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Just a curiosity too, do you know what the issue of the setback between your and 275? I know that you're suggesting 0.6 on your side. Do you know what the setback is on the 275 side from the lot line?
Just to confirm here, because 270, the neighbor is 275 St. Clair. That's the neighbor immediately to the east.
Yeah, that's right.
The proposed setback there is 0.661 meters.
Do you happen to know what their setback is from the lot line? If you don't, that's fine. I was just curious.
I believe it is about the same. However, what I can confirm is that it's a setback, because this was carefully reviewed by our architect. It is a setback that will comply with fire and building code. Otherwise, our architect would not have designed it in this manner. And obviously, this is the larger side yard setback that we have, considering obviously that 275 St. Clair would be the more sensitive receptor. So we have tried to set that back as much as we could.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, first of all, let me thank you for producing and filing a planning justification report. I think that is very helpful in allowing this committee to review this application. I have a question regarding that report, and in that report, as directed by the official plan, you do identify a study area or a neighborhood study area. And that is appreciated because that is one of the ways one assesses neighborhood character. But in your assessment, you talk about a couple of things. The first being the number of side yard setbacks, interior side yard setbacks in your lot study. And you say that the proposal is a prevailing situation. You identify building depth and length. You have a total of 22 properties, again, which I assume are in your study area. But in doing that, you don't identify what the total number of lots that you've included in your study area are, which then could provide us an understanding of what is prevailing, because as you know, the official plan indicates that prevailing is the most frequently occurring or existing substantial numbers. So I don't know from your analysis whether 22 is prevailing, is, you know, most frequently occurring, and also your interior side yard setback numbers as well. I think you say 74 out of what?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Go ahead, yep.
Thank you. So in terms of prevailing, for example, for the building depths and lengths, what I referred to was the prevailing for existing narrow lots. As you know, obviously, there is a wide range of lot frontages in this neighborhood. Most of the lots in the neighborhood are much wider, hence they can have a less deep home, but a wider home, which allows them to accommodate essential features, like in our case.
And I'll stop you right there. I understand that. What I'm asking you is you've created a neighborhood study area. Figure 2 is a lot line study, interior side yard setback numbers. You indicate 74. Out of how many in your neighborhood study area?
We don't have the exact number, Mr. Chair, but you know, there's hundreds of dwellings in this area.
Okay.
We picked out the 74 to show that there are existing cases. Perhaps prevailing may not be the most appropriate, but there are several existing cases with similar side yard conditions.
Okay, well, it would have been helpful to provide that number, because that's how you do a neighborhood study area. You look at the number, you identify the total number, and then you indicate how many reflect the variances that you're requesting, and then that gives an idea of an analysis of whether it's prevailing, it's, you know, frequently occurring, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, next question is, the proposal includes a rear ancillary building for an office, I believe. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, it's not for an office. It is more an ancillary building used as a let's call it retreat space. For example, if the homeowner wants to go and do yoga, go and relax, it's really a space for retreat. It would not be used for office.
Okay, but that's what the public notice says. in brackets, office space.
Sorry,
It-
sir,
it-
do you,
it-
do you want to amend that in the
We can-
purpose of
we-
the application? You want to remove that?
We can remove it because I did speak about this with your staff, because they did raise the concern for office, and we said it would be used for, as a retreat space. It would not be used as an office.
Is there
It wouldn't be,
can
it
we
wouldn't be
replace it
equipped
with
to
retreat?
have an
No,
office.
just leave it. Okay, we'll just remove the reference to
Yeah,
office space.
yeah, you can remove the reference to
All
office
right,
space. Thank you.
last question for me. Can you confirm that the property that you are representing is located on what the LP designates as a major street in the official plan?
I believe that stretch on St. Clair Avenue East is not designated as a major street. The major street would be St. Clair west of Mount Pleasant Road. Mount Pleasant Road would be a major street as well, but I believe this stretch of St. Clair Avenue East is not a major street.
All right, and corollary to that, it's not an avenue as well, right?
This stretch of St. Clair Avenue East would not be an avenue.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. I just have, I won't delay this much further, but I just have one question. It's really related to the height. So your overall height is a little bit high. The apartment building right next to you looks like it's 3 stories. Would your proposed building be roughly the same height as the apartment building?
It would be shorter, if anything.
Short.
The apartment building is about 3.5 meters tall.
Okay.
We don't intend to surpass it. Obviously, again, we're trying to use this unique, because it truly is a unique lot in that it's abutting an apartment building and a
Right.
2.5 story home. We're trying to land somewhere in between there. That's why we carefully analyze this with your staff. We've reduced the height to the point where we are not exceeding the maximum permitted height, and we also substantially reduced the 3rd story. Before, in the earlier iterations of our plans, it was much larger. We reduced it as much as we
Okay,
can.
so I guess what's vexing me a little bit is the parapet. I mean, parapets are an interesting architectural feature, but in essence, they actually increase massing. So what's the purpose of the parapet? I mean, you're seeking a variance for the added height associated with the parapet.
It's essentially, as you said, Mr. Chair, it's an architectural feature. And thank you. If you can actually show that last image on page 7 of our presentation. This is what I wanted to show you. I wasn't able to finish. This is our inspiration. This proposed building, this existing house is located at 111 Gibbon Street. It's near the Trinity Bellwoods neighborhood. This is what our client was inspired by. As you can see, it has the same parapet style on the roof there. It's essentially to make it an attractive architectural building. We found this to be very attractive. Very in keeping with the with Toronto's architecture.
Yeah, I'm not
so
going
we
to
thought
believe,
it would
I
be-
get your point. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I get your point. But you're seeking a variance in height, but you've also got 12-foot ceilings on the first floor, 10 on the second, and 9 on the third, right? So overall, you're just increasing the height. Quite frankly, that's why I was asking about the relationship to the apartment building. If there was not a rather large structure there, and this was mid-block, I might have a little bit more concern with the height. But given its context, I think I'm fine with it. Okay, any further questions? None. All right, let's go into committee. Dylan.
Yeah, normally I would have a concern with this kind of length, but I really take the point that it's a very narrow lot, and a deep one. So there is, in a sense, it makes sense to take advantage of it. I also note that I think really appropriately they've put the extra length on the apartment building side. The apartment building is actually still longer than the building will be, and they've put the stairs down to the secondary suite on the side with the house, so that in fact the length on the side of the house is similar to the house, which I think is a thoughtful way of dealing with that length. In terms of the side yard setback, it looks like the side yard setback is actually similar to what their neighbors have. I don't really see that it's reasonable to say that they can't do something similar. I understand, of course, it will have an impact on the neighbors' windows, but you know, given the narrowness of the lot and given the existing condition on the neighbor, and assuming that they will meet all fire code regulations, I think that that's reasonable, given the specific context. I'm also okay with the creating a space, the ancillary building at the back. The rear yard landscaping is still fairly close to the required amount. And also I think it's important that they are stepping back on the third floor. I think that really reduces the impact. The architectural features I don't think create too much of an impact, and the setback does help. So overall, I think that given the specific context with the tall building and deep building beside it and the narrow lot, that this is a reasonable solution.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dino?
Yeah, I concur with my colleague. I appreciate there are 12 variances being requested, but there are no variances for increase in FSI, number of stories, GFA, or building height proposed. And we understand that the zoning bylaw uses FSI to restrict density. And so massing is an architectural term. But anyway, I appreciate that the proposed dwelling has been set back further from St. Clair Avenue to align with the established front yard conditions on that street. I also appreciate that there are step backs, so I concur that I would support this application.
Dylan, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion to approve these variances for the reasons we've discussed with forestry condition number 2. And I will note that forestry has a memo and they will need to work with forestry to get that provision number 2, but forestry said to go ahead. So forestry condition number 2, and also with the condition there be privacy screens on the east and west side of the third floor terrace.
Okay. All right. Motion by Mr. Reed.
As amended.
Third
As
floor rear
amended,
terrace,
yes.
just to be clear.
As amended.
Yeah, as amended.
Yeah, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? Okay, that application is approved. Okay, move on to item number 5. 176 Wolfrey Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a front 1-story addition with a front porch and stairs, a side 1-story addition with an entranceway and stairs, and a rear covered deck with stairs. Also to construct a rear 1-story detached ancillary building abutting the laneway. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, and presentation materials from the agent. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry. We also have 4 signature petition in support from owners occupants of 45 Garnet, 179, 174, and 178 Wolfrey Avenue. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sava Miokovic. I am the designer and owner's agent for the requested minor variances.
All right, sir. Before we start, let's talk about the forestry report. I assume you've seen forestry's recommendation to us to deny variances 1 and 6. Maybe you can speak to that and anything else you want to share with us about your application.
Variances 1 and 6.
Sorry, sir, have you not seen this report?
I haven't. When was it submitted?
Okay, this is dated February the 17th,
Okay,
and we'll put it up on the screen. Can you read that?
I can, yes. Right, okay, yeah, sure, the minimum, okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. I'm a little bit surprised in that we're not actually proposing to damage or injure or remove any protected trees in the city boulevard or on private property. So a little bit surprised to have this staff report. And So that pertains to the front, variance number 1, the front setback. So the proposed, just to clarify, so will I have a chance to, can you please pull up slide number 1, if you don't mind? Slide number 1 submitted. It kind of illustrates for the committee the proposed addition at the front of the house. The existing house has a front porch with a veranda, which is supported by 2 masonry pilasters. So the proposed front addition is actually, so that's actually the site plan, but if you could open up the slide 1 of the submitted presentation material. There it is, exactly. Thank you. On the left, you'll see the existing house, and on the right is the proposal. So we're actually planning to just fill in and build underneath that existing roof of the house to kind of create a mudroom and powder room at the front of the house. We're also adding basement area underneath that front addition as well to get some extra space below. If you go to the site plan, you'll note that the proposed front yard setback is actually lining up with the immediate neighbor to the east. So we're actually maintaining the established front yard setback as well. So I think for those reasons, that proposed addition is quite appropriate, and the massing proposed is also quite appropriate. Their second comment from Urban Forestry relates to the rear yard and the rear yard softscaping. I actually have a slide submitted that kind of speaks to the proposed rear yard softscaping. If you wouldn't mind pulling up slide number 4, please. So the top figure is actually the existing rear yard, and the lower figure is the proposed rear yard. So essentially the rear yard soft landscaping is to remain unchanged with the exception of the removal of that existing shed. So we're actually removing the shed and adding additional softscaping to increase the overall rear yard softscaping. We're otherwise maintaining that existing flagstone walkway, and we're planning to rebuild that existing deck. There is a parking pad, which is hardscaping at the back of the property because it does have access to that parking spot through a laneway, and we'll be building a detached garage where that laneway stands. So again, I think we're even actually taking an effort to maintain that existing tree. It's not a protected tree, mind you. The diameter of the tree is less than that protected. That designates it as a tree under the tree protection bylaw, private tree protection bylaw. However, we do plan to maintain the tree as it is something our clients like and the neighbors like as well. So we've actually spoken with both immediate neighbors and have their support as well as written support from 3 other neighbors for a total of 5 signatures of support.
Great, sir. So I'm just going to interrupt you. Can we pull up the forestry advisory report? Because it includes an appendix that has some photographs. And if we can just scroll down there. So to the second one, the yellow tree. I think you've explained the front yard. This is forestry's concern about your rear yard. And they indicate that it's a privately owned tree measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, which is a protected tree. And that's the tree we're looking at, that photo of the tree there. So whether it's the tree itself or the tree protection zone, that's what forestry appears to be concerned with.
Right. Okay. So it's maybe slid in there by 1 centimeter, right? So it's who's measuring, I suppose. But again, like I just said, we are planning to keep that tree regardless. The proposed detached garage is slab on grade construction. So we're not building an extensive footing with the structure immediately next to it. And we have every intention to protect that tree through construction and maintain that tree as well. If a condition of approval is to submit an application to injure, that's something we could do and be happy to do. Because again, we're planning to keep and protect that tree.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Panel,
You're welcome.
Any questions? Dylan?
I mean, I guess, to be honest, like it seems like these are things that could be resolved by forestry. We're not always comfortable with going ahead against forestry's recommendations. would you be okay with deferring the application so that you can sort it? Like, honestly, it seems to me that these are absolutely solvable problems. But would you be okay with deferring so that you can sort it out with forestry before we make the approvals?
No, I wouldn't actually, and I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't think that's necessary. Again, we're planning on keeping the tree and be happy to add a condition of approval that we submit an application to injure. I don't think it's necessary to delay what's already been a lengthy wait to just get to this point in our application.
Okay, thank you.
So, sir, you have seen in the forestry memo, they basically do have a fallback of condition 1 and 2, which would speak to what you're speaking to. You have to submit an application to permit or to injure or remove a city-owned tree. Oh, this is a private tree.
It's a private.
Number 2 is a private
yeah.
tree. So yeah, you'd still have to do that. And there's always a risk that they may deny, but that's a risk that sounds like you're prepared to take.
Yeah, we've done many such applications with, slab-on-grade construction of ancillary buildings next to trees in the rear yard, and I don't suspect this being an issue. We'd be happy to probably meet their recommendation for an arborist being on site during the excavation to ensure no critical roots are injured and work around it if necessary. So I think that's all pretty standard procedure, and we're happy to comply with those requirements.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? See none. There's no more speakers, no speakers. Okay, let's take this into committee. I think the agent's explanation appears, in my view, to be reasonable in this case, right? So,
Yeah,
they're not digging down in a foundation in the rear, which would be a greater
I
concern.
assume forestry's concerned about digging down the front, but honestly, the tree seems quite a long way from
and it's
from where it's going to be digging.
Little tiny Japanese maple.
Yeah, so, I mean, in this specific case, I kind of agree that I feel like, I don't think it's comparable to the other one, which was really very significant. In this case, it really seems like these are solvable problems, and if they just have to go through forestry and get permissions, those should be able to resolve them. I kind of agree.
Okay. Do you want to move a motion?
Sure. For overall, yeah. I mean, the overall proposal I think is quite minor and certainly in line with the general intent and desirability of the development. So, yeah, sure. I'm happy to move a motion, given the situation, the reasons we've discussed, to approve the application with forestry conditions number 1 and 2.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve with those conditions. Paul, you want to second that? Mr. Gogan seconds. All in favor? You have your approval with those conditions. Thank you. Everyone okay to keep going? Okay. All right, number 6. 322 Waverley Road. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition, including a basement extension with a walkout, a rear deck with stairs, a rear 2nd-story terrace extension, and a rear 3rd-story addition with a terrace. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, 3 photographs of the subject property, and a staff report from Urban Forestry. Do we have the agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Great. Good morning.
Morning, my name is Shahid Nanavati, and I'm from 1304 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto.
Hang on a sec, sir. Just a couple of very minor variances. Folks, anyone need a presentation on this one? No? Sir, we've read your application. We're familiar with the material. We don't need a presentation today. Is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, I'm absolutely okay. I'll answer any question that comes up. Thank you.
All right. Okay, panel, any questions? All right, let's go into committee. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know this street quite well. I think this is a very modest proposal, only 2 variances. A slight increase in the total FSI and a very slight increase in the main wall height facing the side lot line. So I have no issue. I think this meets the 4 tests. individually and cumulatively, only 2 variances. I would move a motion to approve the application and grant the 2 variances subject to the urban forestry condition number 2.
Great. Motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Maybe, can we just do a?
Go on 5 minute? Yeah, 5-minute break?
Please turn off your videos, microphones. Please mute the room. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones. We'll unmute the room.
All right, we continue with the agenda. We're on item number 7, 942 Bloor Street West. This is an application to construct a new 3-story mixed-use building. The existing foundation will be maintained with the 8 third-story side Juliet balconies. There will be 3 commercial units that will occupy the ground floor and the basement, and 4 residential dwelling units that will occupy the second and third stories of the building on the lot. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property. We have a covering letter from the agent, previous decision number affecting the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent. We have staff report from transportation, correspondence and support from 170 Delaware. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 1 speaker in support.
Mr. Romano.
Feedback.
Frank, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, name and address for the record, please, sir.
It's Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Okay, Franco, we don't have anyone here to speak to this item. We have a couple questions, though. This is just simply an amendment to a previous approval, and it's dealing with the exterior wall, right?
That is correct, sure. There is a bit of history to bring us to this point, but the variance itself was missed by the zone examiner in 2023. So it is before this panel today. It deals with an amended form of development. And the amended form of development is basically that it was an alteration and building addition to the existing structure. However, due to the fire that occurred in the building prior to that 2023 application, the city and the owner structural engineer have deemed that the building walls largely have to come down. So more than 50% of the walls have to come down. And that is why it's couched today as a new build rather than an alteration and building addition. So the unfortunate circumstance that's before us today, however, is that in 2023, transportation staff said they had no objections. And today they are asking for a building setback above grade that would essentially negate the variance. It's actually asking for something that is larger than the variance that's required and actually compromises part of the structure. So I'm and speaking with my client, we cannot accept the transportation condition, and I'm happy to speak to that more.
Yeah, so one of the options we were kicking around, Franco, was it puts us in a bit of a tough bind, right? So is this something that might benefit from you standing the application down, deferring it, and having more detailed conversations with transportation so that you can resolve this?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's unlikely that they are going to change their position because the official plan says that they can ask for it legally. I know I'm a planner, but not a lawyer. But legally, there is no minor variance provision under Section 45 of the Planning Act that allows the city to obtain a road widening by way of minor variance. They can do so under a consent. They can do so under site plan approval, neither of which are proposed. The city cannot obtain a land conveyance by way of minor variance. I know that committees of adjustment have imposed that type of condition, but it is challengeable, and it's been successfully challengeable. I do not see a deferral benefiting either this to have transportation back off, and also the owner's been ready with a permit to build since March of 2023. The property's been sitting vacant because of the fire since early 2023 or late 2022. I don't have that date in front of me. So there's been an extensive amount of time that the owner's been holding on to this, despite the fact that they've owned it since 1967. So my preference is to not defer.
So what's the, just for our purposes, what's the quantum difference here between what you're proposing and what transportation is asking for? You've already got a setback, right, from the laneway?
There is a 14 centimeter setback from the laneway, and they are seeking 1.67 meters.
So that's a substantial, is that for access, or like, do you have a sense of what transportation's concerns here are?
It's not a concern, sir. Thank you for that question. It's not articulated as a concern. It's articulated strictly as an official plan policy 225C that allows them, the city may ask for a road wide. So they're not asking for a road widening here. They're actually asking for something that would, in my opinion, be problematic. Because what they are seeking what they are saying is basically, you can keep your existing setback for the basement, but anything above grade has to be 1.67 meters from the rear lot line. So what does that do? That essentially means that the owner has to go out, and if they're going to maintain that existing basement at the 14 centimeter north rear yard setback line, they would have to structurally engineer that so then if somebody does traverse it, they don't fall in. And secondly, they would have to structurally engineer the 3 stories that would be on top of not a wall, but an open area of the basement in order to facilitate it. And I think that those are aspects that don't represent good planning or are not desirable. And just to get back to transportation, they have not identified an operational issue. They have not identified a functional issue. And they have not identified a capital works program that says that this laneway is to be widened. And if we can bring up slide number 1 of my presentation slides, you will see that this is not a typical laneway. It only serves 9 properties. It stub ends at a detached residential garage for the property at 300 Concord, the parallel street to the east. And it serves 9 properties on the south side, including the subject property, which is a corner lot. And the north side of that lane is the Ossington TTC station with a fence and guardrail all the way down. So this is not a laneway that serves both sides, and it is not a through lane. So I would say that the need for the 6 meter wide laneway here is not being it's not being described by transportation, and I don't believe that there is a need to widen it to 6 meters.
The existing building, are you changing the rear wall? Is what you're proposing going to be exactly where the existing building is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're not moving out into the lane or into the right of way. You're just replicating more or less what's there now.
Correct.
And the other buildings, the buildings adjacent to you, to I guess the east, are they similarly the same depth as what your building is?
There are 3 other buildings that have the same depth. There is one caveat to that rear wall, and that is that the top floor, the 3rd floor, is the owner is trying to be sympathetic to the existing mansard roof style. So part of the flare of the eaves would, and transportation reports this, part of the flare of the eaves to the eaves trough would go over the property line. So, but that can be amended to not encroach into the air rights of that public lane.
Okay, Dino?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Romano, the variance that you're asking for, isn't that a legacy variance in your mind? Because it's from the former City of Toronto bylaw.
Yes, sir.
Second question, in reading the Transportation Services memo, you're not moving the foundation, you're using the existing foundation, right?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, yes.
But the letter goes on, or the memo goes on to say that what city staff is concerned about is that there appears to be in the proposed application overhang above that first level. And that is where there is a concern about the conveyance.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, staff can bring up my slides, slide number 3, and I can illustrate where this is.
It's in the supplementary.
I submitted it in time. I don't see it in there. Yeah,
Yep, there it
that
is.
was that, slide number 3. Go back one, please. Yes, perfect. If you can look at the, so just to orient us here, this slide shows the previously approved 4 stories at the bottom, and the top is the current elevations. And I've outlined in a blue line the difference, the 4 stories versus the what is before us. If you look at the upper right elevation, to the left of that upper right elevation, as I spoke a short while ago, the flare of the mansard roof comes to a gutter point which overlaps the property line. So that is an architectural feature that can be cut back so then it does not encroach into the air rights of that laneway. So that was an oversight, an architectural oversight that can be easily removed. You can see in the previous iteration it was strictly a flat roof, so there was no eaves.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Dylan?
Do you know the width of the laneway currently?
I do. It is 3.66 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Franco, anything further?
No, thank you kindly for the opportunity.
Okay, all right, let's go into committee. I personally, I'm kind of sympathetic to the agent on this one. I think if he's offered to adjust the architectural feature to remove, I guess it's impinging on the air rights, right? Or,
yeah.
And it's an existing wall. It's already there. It sounds like there are other structures along that laneway which are equally out that far. So
first of all, I take the applicant's point that to comply with transportation services would require some complicated engineering and actually create possible danger in the laneway because you'd have to really support that space. People would assume that it's a space where you could drive over, but in fact there's a basement underneath. It does seem like a unwise situation. I'm also sympathetic to the fact that it's an existing wall.
Mm-hmm.
We're not building,
You're not extending it.
We're not extending it, but also it's not like it's a completely new structure they're building on the existing foundations. Thirdly, to be honest, I generally find the idea of a 6-meter wide laneway actually creates danger. People that's a wide laneway. I personally, there's a lot of laneways in Toronto that are narrow, and often they actually serve to make sure that nobody drives too fast or uses the laneway unwisely. I understand that the 6 meters is for emergency access, but in this situation, it looks like there's plenty of emergency access from, the front and sides.
End, right?
It's a dead end. There's access from the front and sides. I don't see that there would be necessarily need for emergency access at the back. So, I would say I'm sympathetic as well.
And the other thing, to your point about the laneway, the units on the north don't actually use it, right? It's not like it's for access.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's
also,
only the southerly.
The transportation thing is sort of assumes that there will eventually be additional space added to the north, but of course that's not going to happen because it's a TTC
Right.
lot. So again, that the policy as generally applied doesn't really make a lot of sense in this specific context.
Agreed. Dino?
Yeah, no, I agree as well, I concur, but even more importantly, I think, is that transportation did not request conveyance. They're simply and they say it in their memo. And I think that if the applicant is prepared to revise the drawings, I think that would resolve, I think, the issue, because they're not asking for the actual conveyance of that easement.
I think what they were asking for was, I mean, they were not asking for conveyance because they understood about the basement, but they were asking for the whole building to be moved
Setback, yeah.
a meter or more than a meter. But yeah, like given the circumstances. Also, I have to say it's a really nice proposal. I wouldn't want to get in the way.
And it's been outstanding for some
Yeah.
time, right? I think obviously the owner would like to move forward with this one. So I don't know if the public interest is particularly served by having them revise this building. So I think it's a supportable one. So who wants to take this one?
I'm happy to.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Okay, so I will move that we approve the variance with no conditions. With the condition, with the condition that they revise the drawings to remove any overhang beyond the property line.
Right, that's perfect. Is that okay, Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll just word the condition that no overhang shall be in.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, motion by Mr. Reed to approve with that condition. I have a seconder. Mr. Gogan, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Right. Item number 8 is 10 COXWELL. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a side one-story addition, including a basement extension, a complete second-story addition, a rear ground level porch with stairs, also to reconstruct the existing front covered porch with stairs. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, and a tree protection plan. They have a staff report from community planning and correspondence in opposition from 12 COXWELL Boulevard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm at 537 Rogers Road. And as you noted before you, we have a proposed second-story addition. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Eddie, you've seen the planning report?
Yeah, we're okay with tying it to the elevations. No problem. Thank you.
Okay, panel, any questions? See none? All right, let's take it into committee. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very modest renovation of the existing home. I think the proposed application reflects what's happening on the street, which is there's an increase in redevelopment, regeneration of the existing stock of homes, as well as architecturally. I think it results in a very modern home, which fits the existing physical character of the existing neighborhood. I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the variances, subject to the community planning condition, which is construction substantially in accordance with and tied to the
Okay,
elevation.
motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve. Seconder, Mr. Gogan. Okay, all in favor? That's approved. Thank you very much. Item number 9, 72 Dearborn Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, previous decision numbers affecting the subject property and an adjacent property. We have an arborist report, staff reports from urban forestry, correspondence and support from 70 and 74 Dearborn, we have 3 form letters in support from 55, 60, 65, and 66 Dearborn. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Terrence Van Auslander. I live at 73 Mackenzie Crescent, and I'm the agent for the application.
Okay, sir, this is actually quite a minor request.
It is, yes.
And I'm not sure we need a full presentation from you today.
I can withhold the presentation.
Okay.
if you-
And unless we've all read the material, is there anything you'd like to share with the panel, since you
No,
came
thank-
down here all this way in person?
No, but I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
All right.
There is a forestry refusal recommendation.
Oh,
Yeah.
so there is. Forestry is, have you seen this report?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so thank you, guys. Forestry has, can you put it up on the screen? Can you read that, sir?
I cannot.
Okay, so I'll read it to you. Urban forestry staff have reviewed the application and recommend that the Committee of Adjustment panel deny variance number 1 and deny variance number 2. Both of those are, one's the FSI and one's your depth. So have you had discussions with forestry?
No,
None?
no.
Okay. The photos, if you scroll down, the photos attached to forestry's memo show the tree in question. There's a privately owned juniper tree measuring 30 centimeters. It's protected as a private tree. And there's also a cedar tree there, which is protected. So is your intention to remove those trees?
No, there's no intention to remove those.
Are you planning to damage those trees at all?
No intention to do that.
So tell us a little bit about your construction and how you're planning to avoid hurting or damaging those trees.
The rear addition, the sunroom, which is replacing the existing sunroom, will be built with a shallow foundation, basically a slab on grade. So the extent of excavation is quite limited. The depth of excavation is limited. And we won't be near those trees. There won't be really any equipment. We can't get equipment into the backyard, so it's all hand work.
Can we just pull up your site plan and maybe you could just help us by having a look at the site plan and your proposal relative to where those trees are? Okay, so those 2 trees are the ones on the lower, those 2 trees down there? The bottom ones, those are the juniper and your cedar tree?
Right.
So, and you're not excavating where the addition is, that's just slab on grade? Are you putting helicals down or anything?
We don't know that yet. It may be necessary.
Okay, but there's no basement?
No, there's no basement.
Okay.
Can we bring up the arborist report, figure 1? I think that might be where forestry was responding to. The arborist report.
It's in, yeah, it's in the main package of materials. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's just below the previous
Yeah.
decision.
Can we go to figure 1?
Yep.
Okay, this one here, yeah. So possibly forestry is concerned because the workspace that's defined overlaps with the tree protection zones.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, how can we address that?
Well, the existing addition is, the new addition is built approximately the same height as the existing. So there aren't any branches that will be interfered with during the construction of the new addition.
But are you going to be creating tree protection zones around those trees?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to be creating tree protection zones around those trees?
Well, the tree is on the neighboring property. And we weren't digging, so there was no plan to create a tree protection zone, but we certainly could if we're required to. The arborist report didn't indicate that we needed to do that.
Right. I'm just thinking that possibly they're concerned that the construction process might contribute to damaging the tree. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I do know that the neighbor, I believe, did the neighbor write in support, the neighbor who owns those trees? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Nope, okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We're in committee. Seems like our forestry staff have been quite ambitious of late.
I know.
Thought the agent's explanation seems quite reasonable. Dino?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think urban forestry is really concerned with the 30 centimeters of juniper, which is on, I mean, I thought it was pretty much on the property line, but I wanted the applicant to confirm that it's actually on the neighbor's property. I think it can be a damage or injury can be mitigated through zone protection. I also acknowledge, and I think this committee should acknowledge, that City Council recently introduced a policy, a criterion in section, or policy 4.1.5 in the official plan that talks about the protection of tree canopy. But I will note that when they refer to the term tree canopy, that speaks to it as a whole rather than individual trees. But, you know, we should be considering the health of trees. I think in this case, I could support this application and the two variances, which I think are very minor in nature, given the explanation that we received from the applicant. So I'm prepared to move a motion.
Yeah, before you, I'd just like to echo that. This panel takes forestry input very, very seriously. And, you know, when we see a recommendation to refuse, we have to consider that very, very, very carefully. I think Dino's right. I think in this instance, it's on the adjacent property. The adjacent owner has supported this one. And just looking at the photos, not that I'm by no means a forestry expert, but the juniper, most of the foliage for the juniper looks like it'd be above a one-story addition, right? So I would be surprised that there even would be a need to damage the tree significantly. And then if you want to, Dino, do a motion, there is a fallback condition for forestry, right? Oh, Paul, did you want to say something?
No, I just said, yeah, forestry condition two.
Okay. All right. Dino?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move a motion approving this application and granting the two variances, subject to urban forestry condition number 2. And we are cognizant of the comments from urban forestry, and we've considered them, I think, intently and seriously. But I think that this is supportable, so
Okay.
that's my motion.
Motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve, seconder, Mr. Gogan, all in favor. This application is approved. Thank you for coming down, sir. Item number 10 has been deferred. We move on to item number 11. 6/24, what was the date of that correspondence for Dearborn? February the 13th. So the agent was unaware of that. It's the second time that they've been unaware of forestry's comments, which is unusual. Anyways, item number 11, 624 McRoberts Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached houseplex with a front and rear basement walkout, a front entrance with stairs, a side entrance, a rear first floor balcony, a front and rear second-story balcony, a front and rear third-story balcony. Also to construct a 2-story garden suite in the rear yard. There'll be a total of 7 dwelling units on the lot. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February the 18th, red line public notice from the agent, revised zoning notices, both received on February the 18th, 2 photographs of the subject property, and a covering letter from the agent. We have correspondence from, staff reports from Metrolinx and correspondence in opposition from 622 McRoberts Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, 1 speaker in interest and 1 speaker in person in opposition.
All right. All right. Good morning. Still morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Still is morning. My name is Mehdi Ajvand. I'm here as the architect and also representative of my client, the owner of 624 MCROBERTS. My address is 3429 Yonge Street, Toronto, Ontario, M4N 2N1.
All right, sir, we're going to need a presentation, but before you do that, could you just make sure that the panel's aware of the changes that you've made in the variances, please?
Exactly. Before the presentation, I would like to announce the improvement that we incorporated into our design. As you can see, variance number 5 was eliminated. Variance number 6, the south side setback of the balcony increased from 0.46 to 1.12 meter. Variance number 7, the north side setback of balcony increased from 1.07 to 1.27 meter. Variance number 8 eliminated. Variance number 12 is eliminated as well.
Sorry, variance number 8 is eliminated?
Yes.
Oh, we don't have that in front of us, okay? It's in the late material? All right.
No, it is marked over there on the screen.
Hold on a second. It's on this, oh, it's up on the screen. It's not in my material, but.
There are 2 red line public notice.
Okay, so eliminate number 8, which is the exteriors, and number 12 is eliminated. Okay. All right, sir, you have 5 minutes to walk us through your application.
I try to briefly explain, the variances that we are asking. The application in front of me is for the 3-story houseplex with a garden suite at the back. If I go through the variances one by one, and then, I'm going to refer to the supportive document we already submitted. For variance number 1 and 2, we are asking for the total height and wall height variances for 67 centimeter for the total height, which is very typical in a neighborhood. If you look at the supportive document, it is very common requested variance for the multiplexes. And also we did a shadow study, brief shadow study, to make sure and confirm that the minimum impact that we are imposing to our neighborhood by this minor deviation from the requirement. Regarding the front setback variance, which is this page, basically this is a technical variance due to the interpretation of zoning examiner regarding the main wall of our neighbor. As you can see in the pictures, it is very common, and it is a very common pattern for building that they do have front porch with a living space underneath in a basement level. So basically, any of these buildings, when they want to develop, they can get closer to the property line and align with the front wall of front porch. But in our situation, the zoning examiner decided to stick to the definition of legally non-conforming situation. That's why they calculated our our neighbor front setback to the main floor wall. But still, we are generally we are aligned with the building mass of the street. As you can see, I try to demonstrate some of the front setback that we have, and our building mass is totally aligned with what is happening in the street. And again, this type of variance for front setback was approved even for the smaller amount that we are asking for this one. Regarding the side setback, if we can go to the first page of supportive document that I provided, this page site plan. Yes, we are asking for a reduction in side setback for both north and south. And from the north, we are asking basically for 13 centimeter, which is the right of way that we have on north side. We decided to honor the right of way that we have, 3 feet 6 inches right of way that we have, and 13 centimeter reduction in required side yard setback. For the south side, the number that we are asking, 46 centimeter, is for the half of building length at the rear portion. As you can see, our side setback at the front portion is 91 centimeter. And on top of that, if we can go to the first floor plan that we submitted on a main floor or first floor that we have, we also have extra 4 feet step back. We propose like exterior hallway, which provide more space than it is. This setback 91 centimeter happens in the basement and in upper level, not on the main floor, which I believe that basically it is helpful in terms of a street view and the filling of a space for both residents of this building and even our northern neighbor. Variance number 6 and 7, basically it's a technical matter. It's a consequence of front setback variance, because the concern for variance number 6 and 7 is projecting the balcony from the main wall. Our balcony projected less than 1.5 meter here, but since this number is calculated from required front setback, we needed these two variances. As you can see, our side setback is 1.27 and 1.12 meter, and projection of our balcony is less than 1.5 meters. Since the calculation is not from the actual front main wall, it is from the required front setback, we had to include these two variances. Regarding variance number 9, for the garden suite rear setback, we are asking 1.5 meter instead of 3 meter. Since our rear neighbor from Caledonia, they do have like a same shed or a storage on their property. Basically, we do have two accessory buildings backing to each other in this case, which this reduction in rear setback, it has really minimum impact on the neighbor, and 1.5 meter is still distance setback to providing access. Regarding variance number 10 and 12, which is basically rewarding of one fact, they are talking about a separation of garden suite from the main building, and the requirement is 7.5 meter. What I try to demonstrate here on this site plan, technically, we do have this 7.5 meter on a grade. As you can see, this variance for 6.89 meter happens because of a bump out on the second floor, which is not even for the full width of the building. And I guess my time is up. I would be more than happy to address any question or concern from neighbor or attendants.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's have our first speaker. Is there someone here? Yeah, come on up, sir. Okay, welcome. Name and address, please.
Good day.
Just pull that microphone a little closer to you.
Yeah. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jim Contos. I'm part owner of 622 McRoberts, which is just south of 624. We strongly oppose this megalithic structure that they want to build next door. The area, the street, McRoberts, has many small single floor bungalows. There's a scattering of several or many like modest two-story buildings as well on the street. We feel that this structure that they want to propose and build is totally out of character with the area. It will tower over my property at 622. If you take the total square footage of this property with the basement, which subsequently in the future could be turned into apartments as well, it's close to 8,000 square feet, and that's not even counting the garden suite. I feel the way it's been designed is it's probably prepared. They're probably prepared to have 2 extra apartments in the basement. We have a huge concern with the main entrance being on the side, the south side of the building. between 622 and 624 McRoberts, there's easement. We respect that easement between the two property owners. There'll basically be no green space left in the front or the rear of the backyard of this property. Someone signed a declaration, a tree declaration. The tree, which was located in the rear, was subsequently cut down. I don't know why someone would sign a declaration, a tree declaration, and then have it cut down. Yeah, I also have a concern where on the south side that they could possibly use the south side wall of the building to hang air conditioners, or we're also concerned about venting of the the building on the south side. I don't understand why they cannot have the main entrance on their side of the north side of their property, which includes the driveway. Like all the traffic, the foot traffic is going to be like right next to our property, our lawn. It's just unbelievable that a property of this size would be even considered for application on this street. It's just unbelievable. I don't even know if they have applied for an application for the garden suite. It's already a 6-unit building, the main building. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who these people are, what's going to happen. It's just not suitable for the neighborhood. This building is humongous. If you look to the south of this structure, it's all bungalows. If you look to the north, it's bungalows with a few 2-story buildings. The fact that they're going to have 3 balconies in the rear of the building, basically going to be looking out towards all the properties right across, right down to the next block.
All right, sir, your 5 minutes is up. Is there anything
Okay.
further you'd like to add?
No, I can't believe a structure like this would be suitable and add anything to the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Are you also speaking on behalf of Danielle Conte?
Yes, she's my daughter. She lives there with her family. Yeah, she's due to be online. I thought she'd come first before
Okay.
me.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry, just a question.
Oh, your question? yeah?
You said that there was an easement between you and the other
Yes, there
property?
is.
Do you know the details of that easement, like how wide it is or anything like that?
I would say, I'm old school, I would say it's 3 feet on either side, 3 feet on our side and then 3 feet on the
And
next side.
do you think that the proposal is infringing on that easement?
They asked, they tried to convince my daughter to give up the right of that easement, and thank God she didn't sign anything or commit to anything. And the fact that their main entrance is on the south side along that easement, it's like they have a driveway. Why don't they put the entrance on the driveway? The
Okay,
main
thanks.
entrance on the driveway.
Sorry, sir, you're
you.
622?
Yes.
And your daughter is 620?
No, she's at 622.
Oh, you're
yeah.
both from the same residence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have someone else online?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, we have Danielle Contis
Is she the
online
622?
for 622 McRoberts Avenue, but we just heard from the owners, right?
All right, do you want to just let her, see if she wants to add? Maybe bring Danielle on very quickly. Just for the purposes of everyone here, the rules of committee is that one person speaks per household or per property. So I will allow Danielle just to log on and see if she has anything very briefly to add.
Yes, hi, this is Danielle. I will be brief. My name is Danielle Contos, and I'm the owner of 622 McRoberts Avenue. So I do oppose the application. The proposal for the 3-story apartment building with 6 units plus a 2-story garden suite for a total of 7 dwelling units is on a very constrained lot. This development will completely dwarf our 1-story bungalow and overwhelm the shared property line. This application seeks numerous variances: building height, side yard setbacks, balconies, landscaping, and an oversized garden suite. These variances do not operate on their own. Together, they create overdevelopment, loss of privacy, increased overlook, shadowing, and noise impacts on our property. These impacts are not minor. Mr. Chair, the key issue is the existing registered easement along the shared boundary. That easement is a permanent legal constraint. I do not consent to its removal. While I do understand the committee does not decide private legal matter, the easement must be considered in planning terms because it limits how close the building can functionally and reasonably be placed on our property. With this easement, when this easement is treated properly as a permanent condition, the reduced setbacks, increased height, and added density simply do not fit on the site without causing unacceptable impacts.
Okay,
Thank you
ma'am.
for taking the time to listen.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm just going to ask, I'm going to
Thank
ask the
you.
agent the same thing, but I'm just looking at the survey.
Sure.
If you pull up the survey, there is an easement that goes partly down the lot. It looks like both 622 and the existing at 624 building are right up to the edge of it. There's no setback from the easement. So your house at 622 is, the wall is right on the edge of the easement, as is 624.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. I'll ask the agent the same thing. Okay, thank
And
you.
sorry, we were not aware of the changes made to the variances where they did eliminate a couple of the variances. We were not aware of those changes, so I do apologize about that.
All right.
We're not aware of that.
Thanks very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? That's it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's all our
Okay,
registered speakers.
let's have the agent back.
Hi again. Thank you for our neighbors sharing their concern. We already received those letter and we reviewed that one very carefully. Regarding the easement situation, there was a negotiation. This property has 2 easements on both northern side and southern side, and the easement that our neighbor talked about, that it is between 622 and 624, and it is weird easement. It is not started from the front property line. It is just for the existing length of building. There was a negotiation between my client and the neighbor regarding the mutual release of this easement, and we were under this impression that it's supposed to be successful. But at the very last moment, we were informed that the negotiation wasn't successful, and that's why we submitted updated drawing to make sure that there is no encroachment in registered easement, not at all, for both registered easement on the north side and the south side. So our updated drawing clearly indicate there is no encroachment in the easement. If we can look at the site plan of my supporting document, I clearly marked the easement area in the like a blue cross hatch over there. That's regarding the easement, which is, I believe that it is clear. I would love to.
Hold on, I'm just going to stop you there. Can we just pull up the site plan rather than the survey? I just want to be abundantly clear about what you're speaking to. Yeah, right there. Can you just enlarge that a little?
Supporting document, if we can go to the supportive document, it is more clear over there.
Sorry.
The area that I marked with the gray crosshatch is the registered easement on the southern side. It is weird, I never saw such an easement, which is not started from the existing front property line, and it is just for the length of existing building.
So this has been changed from the one in our original materials.
Oh, yeah, so I'm looking at the old ones. Okay, so
Yeah,
this is new.
No, I just realized
Yes.
that. I don't think
Okay.
we've seen this
So-
revised plan.
So you've got a bit of a cutout there, and that cutout respects
Exactly.
the easement.
Exactly, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
all right, thank you. I think we were all struggling, because I was looking at an old one that didn't show that.
And is that cutout goes all the way up, right? It's not just for the first story?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
Okay.
From, all the way from basement to the top, we don't have any encroachment at all, and I would love to confirm that. And we also work with the planning department diligently before and after submission. And when we got blessing from the planning department regarding our requested variance, my client started communicating with our neighbors, from the rear or both sides of the adjacent neighborhood, and we decided to incorporate some improvement, which I already declared on that. Although the planning department was okay with, about even original public notice area, we don't ask for any landscaping variance, and basically regarding the shadowing, we already did the shadow study briefly in our supportive document, and I believe that even there won't be any shadow on our southern neighbor, because basically they are south of our property. But even for the other properties, the impact of our variances is negligent, because we have to compare, we shouldn't compare the existing condition with the proposed condition. Basically, we have to compare the existing, the proposed condition with as of right, which we did, on the red mark area in our shadow study. We clearly showed that. Regarding the tree that was cut, it was a hazardous tree, and the previous owner got a permit for that. It doesn't have anything with our variances. We are protecting city-owned tree at the front, and also we have like a fire hydrant at the front. We are protecting and respecting all we have over there. There is no injury or nothing at all. And I believe that in terms of the size of building, number of units, with all due respect, I'm not in agreement with our neighbor declaration. As you probably saw it before me, there are so many rental applications in this neighborhood. Even I tried to list some of them that they got same variances from us. Those samples that I mentioned in my supporting document, they are just regarding the multiplexes, even not duplex, triplex and fourplexes and more. We do have so many these kind of densification project in a neighborhood. There are some existing, there are some new coming due to the densification policy of city. And of course, we are not asking for any variance for the number of unit and the size of the building, the square footage. If there is any other question, I would be more than happy to address them.
Okay, Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask staff to pull up drawing A02-01, which is main elevation? Thank you. This is for the architect. The outline of the two houses on opposite sides of the proposed building, are those accurate?
The outline, they are accurate. Yes, we do have 90 centimeter. We have 19 centimeter on southern side, and the building has another 19 centimeter. And from north side, since we have 1.07 meter as right of way, we have 1.07 on our side. The northern neighbor is a bit more than 1.07.
So the outlined height of both of those structures are accurate?
For the height, I cannot confirm it because we don't have any dimension, actual dimension. We try to model what we see. the footprint is pretty actual because we are referring to the survey, but for the height, we don't have any dimension for that. We just try to visualize what we could see from the actual situation or a street view.
So those are just for illustration purposes. They're not accurate
Exactly.
in terms of height. And second question, the proposed building, you're not proposing a flat roof. You're proposing what looks like a very slight sloped roof. Is that correct?
Exactly, sir. Yes, that's correct.
So the hatched line is, as you say, the peak of the roof.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Dylan.
In terms of the balconies, the neighbors have been concerned about privacy. Would you be open to having privacy screens on the sort of outside edges of the balconies?
Of course, we are 100% okay to have like a privacy screen on the neighbor side, because our balcony, if you look at the floor plan, in one plan is closer to one neighbor, in another level is closer to another neighbor. Yes,
Yeah.
we are totally okay to have a privacy screen because we believe privacy is a mutual matter for our residents and also for the neighbor, and we are okay.
Okay, great, thank you. The other thing is you've eliminated the soft landscaping variance, which is great, but I don't think we have the up-to-date plans. Can you just tell us very briefly what you've done to improve the soft landscaping so that there's no variance compared to the plans that we see in front of us?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. The presenter is going to put up the revised plans.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect,
They
thank
came
you.
in very late.
So what was changed so that there's no variance, landscape variance?
Basically, we were talking the requested variances is regarding the access that we provided from the rear part of our garden suite. We make that portion smaller. We basically, the space between the main building and garden suite is all soft landscaping. We try to work around to make the access way to hard surface of access way to the garden suite smaller, as you can see in the rear side of the garden suite.
I see, okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I guess one other question. You have staircases at the rear, but there's no actual pathway to those staircases that is not soft landscaping?
We are proposing a combination of soft landscaping. Even if we need to provide access, we are proposing it to have a gravel area, which is impervious and absorb water. But still, we have some percentage to do that, but I believe that it is more than enough. Even if we have to provide like emergency access or whatever, we will provide it through the gravel area, not a hard surface at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you all. Let's take this into committee. Thoughts? Yes, Paul. A little closer to your microphone
Yeah,
there.
sorry about that. So when I look at a new build, try to look at their effort to comply with, this is a large project, and they have a lot of room on the site to build. And what I'm trying to sort out is, why couldn't they work within the existing zoning to achieve a lot of the intent here? They're pushing at every possible dimension. They're not asking for FSI, I acknowledge that, but they're pushing out in every other direction with regard to building height, main walls, setbacks. And so I find that the cumulative total is challenging, that like, why couldn't they work within the, part of it is we look at how does, if you did a zoning box on this site, what was as of right, and then you compare it, are these things minor? And each one is relatively minor, but when you add them all up, it's considerable. I find it considerable. I also think that it doesn't really take into context, I think the misrepresentation of the elevations of the adjacent houses is kind of nasty, in my opinion. They show them being basically two-story buildings when they're very actually low one-story buildings. But I think that with the context of the neighborhood, you have to be extra sensitive to the type of, and bringing in a multiplex development. So I'm having trouble supporting this proposal because they're just pushing the limits in every direction possible. And I also find that there is issues with privacy and overlook throughout this proposal. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Dino? Okay. Well, I'll go then, just to sort of set, I understand Paul's point, and I thought the same thing. There's an awful lot of variances, but when I look at them, they're all relatively minor. And I take your point about cumulatively, maybe they do. But I think, you know, this is a reasonable site. I look at this a little bit more broadly in terms of its context. This is less than a 5-minute walk, probably a 3-minute walk to the New Caledonia station on Eglinton Line. I guess the unfortunate thing about this neighborhood is that its proximity to a brand new major higher order transit line is going to generate a fair amount of this kind of interest. And it is, because of that access to transit, is going to be, is now and will continue to be the site of a lot of development pressure. It also is fairly close to a fairly large park and a shopping area. All the amenities that when we look at where we want rental accommodation to go, this is an area that is going to, it should be and is going to see a lot more density. I'd step back as well and look at the context of council's interest in supporting, in this case, a sixplex. They call it a houseplex, but sixplexes are, 3-story sixplexes are permitted, and it is the desire of council to have allow these kinds of development, and frankly have more of these kinds of development, not only in established neighborhoods, but in neighborhoods that have proximity to transit and other walkable amenities. And I think this site is one of those. I do appreciate the neighbors' concerns, and it is inevitable when there's a neighborhood that's constructed largely of 1-story bungalows that this is going to be an issue, and it will continue to be an issue. But this is consistent, in my view, with what council is trying to achieve, and its location is desirable for this kind of density. And in my view, Paul, I take your point, but in my view, I look at all the variances, and frankly, there's a lot of them, but they're all really quite relatively minor. So I can support this application for those reasons. Dylan?
Those are pretty much my thoughts as well. I certainly, you know, I wouldn't say this is an ideal proposal, but first of all, yes, it is very close to the New Caledonia station. We have to expect this kind of thing. This is very much what the city is looking for in these kinds of locations. And all the individual variances are quite minor, and are kind of involved fitting it into the space. You know, I appreciate that they've adjusted it to align with the easement with the neighbor, which may actually, I think, reduce the impact on the neighbor, which is a good thing. So I think overall, because all the individual variances are minor, and because this is very much aligned with the intent of the current official plan and zoning bylaw, I think it's supportable.
Okay, Dino?
Yeah, I had difficulty with this one only because I'm very familiar with this street. Had family members who lived on this street for over 40 years. They no longer live there. But I know this street. I know the context. I know it's evolving. And I understand and appreciate the concerns from the neighbors. I will point out that this type of proposal, which is a small apartment building, that's the definition, is permitted in the RM zone, which is zoned. There is an addition, obviously, of a two-story garden suite, which community planning typically directs applicants to go before committee of adjustment for consideration, so we get tasked with that. While the current zoning category has a U symbol to it, which is U4, which is an indication of up to 4 units. Recent policy adopted by council would support this kind of proposal, and additional density does supersede the previous planning regime in the sense of documents, policy proposals and documents. So based on all that, and I agree that the variances individually and cumulatively are relatively minor. Again, I'm cognizant of the concerns of the residents and those that have been raised, overlooking privacy. I think those can be addressed. So I will also, if there's a motion, support this application.
Okay. Dylan, I think we're looking to you to take a crack at
Yeah,
the motion.
sure. I will make a motion to approve the variances as amended, with the requirement for privacy screens on the sides of the balconies that face neighbors.
So the rear balconies
The
or
rear
the rear and
balconies,
front?
yeah.
Just the rear balconies?
Just the rear
Yeah.
balconies,
Okay.
yeah, okay. But they vary in size, so I can't really say which, but the ones that face the neighbors, basically. Also, there's a Metrolinx clause requirement, so.
This is an amended application?
Yeah, I said, I think,
Okay.
I actually remembered to say
Did you
as
say it?
amended.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Like Serena will get really angry if you miss that. Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Lombardi, all in favor? Opposed? Mr. Gogan dissents. That carries with a 3-to-1 vote. The application is approved. Okay, we move on to item number 12. 88 Beaconsfield Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 laneway suite in the rear yard. Abutting the laneway, there will be a 2nd-story dormer on the east side and a private outdoor yard. There will be a total of 7 residential dwelling units on this lot, 6 in the main dwelling and 1 in the ancillary building. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent. We have staff report from Urban Forestry, correspondence and support from 175 Lisgar, correspondence in opposition from 135 Morrison and 14 Claremont. Oh, good
Good
afternoon.
Oh, good
It is afternoon.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
My
Name and
name is,
address.
David Fujiwara. I'm the architect and agent for this address. I'm at 100 Sunrise Avenue in North York.
Okay, sir, we have some folks who want to speak to this item, so we'll need a short presentation, please.
Okay. What we're proposing is a laneway suite to the rear of the dwelling. We have only one variance, which relates to the soft landscaping between the existing house and the laneway suite. So we are deficient by a few hundred square feet on that soft landscaping. Otherwise, we don't have any other variances. I've read the letters of objection. I see that there's comments regarding occupancy and parking spaces. In the existing house, converted dwelling, there are 6 apartments. 5 of them are actually occupied, contrary to what is said in one of the letters. It is my understanding that 2 of the tenants do have cars and park to the rear of 88 Beaconsfield. The owner of 88 Beaconsfield, the new owner, has been the owner of 90 Beaconsfield for the past 30-odd years. That 90 Beaconsfield also has apartments. It's 6 units that are in that converted dwelling, 5 of which are currently rented. And none of those tenants have cars. So there is parking space behind 90 Beaconsfield. The owner of 88 will allow, like, whatever, change his leasing arrangement with those tenants so that any tenant at 88 Beaconsfield can park behind 90 Beaconsfield, as there is parking space back there right now. I really think that's all that I'd like to say.
So for all intents and purposes, your laneway suite is as of right?
Yes.
It's just the landscaping shortfall?
That's correct.
Okay.
And also to confirm, it's basically the same amount of landscaping as currently exists because you're building on
There is really no landscaping behind 88 Beaconsfield right now. It's an asphalt parking space.
the entire thing? Or?
Yes, it's
So,
like-
so in fact, you're adding some, the plan is
Yes,
to add some?
yes.
Okay,
The 71% is all new.
right, okay, thank you.
There isn't really, right now, any green behind 88 Beaconsfield.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We'll probably have you back in a moment.
Okay.
We have a speaker in opposition online.
Great. Good afternoon.
Hello,
this,
Jake, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Lippert? Not there?
Hello, Jake, you've been unmuted.
No luck.
Hello, is this Jacob Lippert?
Do we have Ms. Glass?
Okay, I'm going to call the next speaker in opposition. Hello, Marie, you've been unmuted.
Hi.
Hi. Your name and address, please, ma'am.
I'm Marie Glass. I'm a tenant in apartment number 5 at 88 Beaconsfield.
All right. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear my perspective. As a tenant of 88 Beaconsfield, I would like to speak against the variance application for the effect that it will have on the Beaconsfield Village community and the tenants of 88 Beaconsfield Ave. I think Mr. Fujiwara did get out ahead of some of the points about parking. I would like to rebut what he said. It's been my understanding that one of the tenants at 90 Beaconsfield has had a vehicle and has been refused parking at the 90 Beaconsfield property. And also would like to raise that the owner of 90 Beaconsfield has a construction crew that occupies that parking area and the surrounding laneway and alley every morning while they gather for work. So I think taking parking from existing tenants at 88 Beaconsfield Avenue that is regularly used by Mr. Zanier's business is not an appropriate solution to a problem that I foresee in this application. So that's just kind of an aside. And then moving on, I would like to say that the structure will be the first of its kind in a quaint laneway lined with single-story garages and open parking, not two-story dwellings, which will substantially change the overall visual landscape, the drainage, and the practical vehicular use of the rear laneway for all of the surrounding properties. I would like to raise a couple more very real negative practical effects that this will have. The laneway house will be built in the current asphalt parking area of the property that offers parking for up to 6 vehicles. Currently, all of the spaces are in use, codified within the lease agreement of the basement, main floor, rear, and third floor apartments. Regularly, you would only see up to 4 vehicles using those spots, but it does provide parking for up to 6 when we want to have guests and things like that. They're not required to find on-street parking because we have it available for them. These cars will be displaced onto already crowded street parking, resulting in a loss of amenities for the tenants and substantially changing our rental experience. There are many homes in the area built without driveways, as well as multi-unit dwellings, bars, hotels, and concert venues that rely on the availability of street parking, making it already very difficult to find a spot. Building the ancillary structure will also result in a considerable loss of light and privacy for the basement, first floor, rear, and second floor tenants. In the plans that show the dormer window that will look directly unobstructed into the primary bedroom for the second floor apartment mere meters apart. These apartments in the rear of the main building have only west-facing windows and will experience a considerable loss of natural light, view, and privacy that they currently have if the structure is built, substantially devaluing the rental experience for those existing tenants. Furthermore, I would like to address issues with the letter in favor of the variance sent by David Fujiwara and Devin Glowinski. I think Mr. Fujiwara's assertion that it will bring useful housing to the neighborhood should be looked at very critically. The property owner, like it says in some of the letters, again, maintains vacant apartments at both 88 and 90 Beaconsfield. That number is, my understanding was 3 vacant apartments at 90 Beaconsfield and 1 vacant apartment at 88 Beaconsfield. Mr. Fujiwara disputes that assertion. Creating more units but keeping them vacant does not help to alleviate Toronto's housing crisis, as was stated. Sitting on vacant units between 2 neighboring properties completely undermines the stated necessity for the construction of the ancillary building. Creating units that are not subject to rent control while holding vacant units that are subject to rent control further undermines the stated objective of bringing housing to the neighborhood. The property owner inherited 5 tenancies and a vacant unit when he purchased 88 Beaconsfield in April of 2025. The property owner's current conduct indicates a strong possibility that the laneway house will sit vacant, and it's structured is a way to change the rental experience for the inherited tenants so substantially that we choose not to stay. I respectfully feel very strongly that this application should not be granted. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm just going to make a couple observations on your comments. First of all, there's no parking variance before us today, so we appreciate the concerns you've raised about parking, but there is no requirement for a parking spot, and we have no variances before us. And secondly, you know, the laneway suite is pretty much as of right. It's really only the shortage in landscaping that is before this committee today. So that's all we're going to be dealing with today. Okay, thank you. Did we find Mr. Lippert?
I can try calling Jacob again.
Yeah, if he's registered, and we'll give him one call, and if we can't reach them, we'll move on. Sorry.
Hello, Jacob, you've been unmuted.
Hello, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Great.
Again,
Sounds amazing. Sorry about that.
Name and address, please, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jacob Lippert, and I'm a resident in the unit at 88 Beaconsfield.
Great, sir. I don't know if you heard my comments to the previous speaker, but we're focusing on the variances that are before us. If you've got concerns about parking, then those aren't before us. So if you have other concerns about the impact of this application on you, then you have 5 minutes to tell us.
Yeah, of course. So for the variance, because the variance would impact the parking, I guess that still wouldn't relate though, because it would be taking away from a tenant. I just wasn't sure if that still would relate at all.
Again, there's no variance before us about parking, and there's no requirement for parking spaces. So it's more dealing with the landscaping deficiency in the back.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'd like to share my opposition of the proposal. After reviewing the cover letter and kind of application, which characterizes the landlord to support the housing goals, we appreciate the perspective, but I wanted to kind of share our own perspective on that. Besides the sign outside the home, we haven't received any communication from the landlord, which kind of seems to be a theme with the landlord kind of doing renovations and proposing things. There's been ongoing construction for a matter of 2 months now, and we've never received any communication, which kind of creates concern of what might happen if they do move forward with the laneway here. It also doesn't meet the soft landscaping requirement as still, which I just believe it should meet that at minimum, and it is still quite off that. So I don't believe it should move forward because of that. As well as, sorry there. And I guess as well, it does speak to how the landlord is looking to address the housing issue, but there are multiple vacant units currently, which kind of creates concern that this will be a lot of construction impacting tenants and the overall neighborhood for no actual gain, given it will likely sit vacant, and is a concern. And yeah, I think that's the main points I'm looking to address, really, just the fact that, yeah, it doesn't actually meet the requirements, and there's already ongoing issues with kind of the landlord and the construction in the area, so I think it should be not approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir, you want to come back? I think the only thing that I mean, the parking is obviously an issue, and it's not something that's before us, as I've mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
There was some concern about the disruption from construction, but that is something you'll be dealing with through the building permit process.
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, actually.
Okay. Any questions, panel?
There is some concern about the impact on the people who live in the rear. Maybe you can just talk about how you've addressed that in the plans.
There are 4 apartments that face the rear. The new structure is well, it is a 2-story, but it is the roof is sloped towards the backyard. There would be adequate sunlight for really most of the day and well into the afternoon for all of the tenants. Yes, the view will be shortened to the rear of this new laneway suite, but right now they're looking out to garage doors and the backs of other houses. It's a foreshortened view, unfortunately, but they all have good broad windows. The units have windows, for the most part, right across the back of the house. So there's still adequate light, air, and space for all of those back units because they have the full widths of the back as window or balcony space. I don't think there's going to be any serious harm to the tenants as a result of this.
Okay, Dino?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you be opposed to a condition regarding perhaps opaque windows on the second floor on the east side of the
Um,
garden suite, or the laneway suite?
Yeah, in fact, those windows facing the back to the house are secondary windows. One is the bathroom window, the other is a small ventilation window for the bedroom. The larger windows are facing the laneway themselves. So if we were to put frosting over those windows, it would not be a problem.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else? No? Okay, let's go into committee. Dino.
Mr. Chair, I'll take this one. I think this is a very minor proposal and application. It clearly supports City Council's direction regarding providing additional housing choice as well as additional residential units. There is one variance which is related to the garden suite, and I mean the laneway suite and laneway suite policies. I note that, as the applicant has stated, currently that courtyard or that rear area is all pretty much asphalt. And so as part of this proposal, there's a gain of roughly 43.37 square meters of additional soft landscaping. So I'm prepared to move a motion supporting the application and granting the one variance, subject to a couple of conditions, one being urban forestry condition number 3, second, OPEG or frosting of windows on the second level on the east side of the proposed laneway suite.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lombardi to that effect, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 13, 1140 Yonge Street. This is an application to alter development standards as approved under a site-specific zoning bylaw for the 10-story mixed-use building to increase the number of stories to 13, the building height from 44.95 meters to 59.14 meters, and gross floor area, as well as modifications to the building setbacks. This is currently under the review of site plan control, and there will be a total of 99 residential dwelling units on this lot with an eating establishment and an outdoor patio on the ground floor. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, received February 11th. Red line public notice from the agent. We have a covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from another agent, an arborist report, heritage memorandum. We have pedestrian level wind study. We have a planning rationale. There's a servicing memo. There is presentation materials from the agent. There is the site-specific zoning bylaw affecting the subject property. You have email correspondence from Heritage Planning, support correspondence from the ABC Residents Association. There's correspondence in opposition from 24 McPherson, 8 Alex Muse, 123, 125, and 79 Marlborough, and materials in opposition from 10 McPherson. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Monique. Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Courtney Heron-Monk. I'm a land use planner from Bousfields, Inc., and my address is 3 Church Street in Toronto. I'm here on behalf of the owner.
Great. We've got a number of people who want to speak on this item, so we'll need a presentation. I see you've made some changes.
Yes, and I will be skipping through a number of these slides just for the sake of brevity, so I'll go as quickly as I can.
Let's just go through, are you making any changes to the variance? Let's just go through those first. You're eliminating variance 8?
Yes, you can, the red line is on the second page of the presentation if you want to see that, or it's right in front of you. Variance 8 completely eliminated with respect to the outdoor patio. We will just be following what the bylaw permits for that. So completely eliminated. And then number 9, we've reduced the extent of this variance for the eating establishment size down to 1,000.
Okay. Over to you.
Great. So just by way of background, the site is subject to an existing approval in 2022 for a 10-story mixed-use building. The requested variances would permit a 13-story building with a corresponding increase in density and refinements to the built form, including a simplified massing approach. This application also requests a handful of technical variances that have emerged through the ongoing site plan approval application that you mentioned, and this includes refinements to allowable projections. We've worked closely with city staff to land on the list of variances, and any changes approved by you today would be carried forward and reviewed further by staff through that site plan approval application. So this is the perfect slide. So just in terms of context, the site's located at the southwest corner of Yonge Street and Marlborough Avenue and conveniently located between Rosedale Subway Station and Summerhill Subway Station, which are both within a 3 to 5 minute walk. And the site also benefits from an under construction new entrance to Summerhill Station, which is a 2-minute walk right across the street. Next slide, please. Currently, the site's occupied by a vacant single-story commercial building with a surface parking lot and loading area at the rear. Next slide, please, and skip again. And again. Okay, sorry. And one more time. These renderings highlight a number of key nearby developments, including the James at Scrivener Square development at number 3. And that tower was approved at 21 stories and later increased to 23 stories through a minor variance in 2024. And the Sleep Country site at number 4, which was approved at 15 stories and is now under review again for 35 stories. So in our opinion, the 13-story height continues to fall within the range of building heights that have been approved for this area. Next slide, please. From a policy and land use perspective, the site's located within the downtown as reflected on map 2 of the official plan. It's predominantly designated mixed use areas where intensification is planned to occur, with the remainder of the site designated neighborhoods, and the site is also within the boundaries of the Rosedale Protected Major Transit Station area. Skip the next slide and skip. Yeah, perfect. Since the current approval, the policy context has evolved, including the minister's approval of OPAs 540 and 570, which introduced a new Chapter 8 to the official plan, and this establishes minimum density targets for major transit station areas. And based on this map, this is a draft mapping, the site is located within 500 meters of Rosedale Station, and in that context, the new Chapter 8 identifies the city, and that city-initiated zoning will permit a minimum density of 6 FSI for the subject site. So the OLT approved plan was at 5.48 FSI, and the current proposal is at 7.09 FSI. So this represents what we think is an appropriate increase and is aligned with the minimum density direction that is planned for the site. And just you can skip next slide, and then we have got some elevation. So just diving a little bit more into the variances that we're requesting. These next slides provide some elevation views which illustrate the massing changes that we're proposing. And what we've illustrated here is the as-of-right building envelope outlined in green. And the red shading shows portions of the massing that have been actually removed. So the overall organization remains consistent, with the bulk of the height and the density directed to the east towards Yonge Street and stepping down to the west. And with the massing pushed eastwards, the rear step-backs have been simplified, and the minimum separation at the lower levels to the west is actually increased from 3.8 meters to 7.3 meters. And then there's a 3-story intermediary element that helps to provide transition to the adjacent neighborhoods to the west. And then next slide, this is a view of the east elevation facing Yonge Street. And the earlier approval, it did include the property at 1134 Yonge, and you'll see that the massing has been completely removed from that property. And this helps to add some spatial distance to the south. And so next slide is my last one, just provides a statistical overview of the proposal. Sorry, just skip. With, as you mentioned, there's 99 units, and the unit mix meets the growing up guidelines. And we think that the eating establishment will help to animate the public realm. I'm almost done. A number of studies have been done to support the proposal, and overall, we think that this is a good application, that it meets the 4 tests. And we've worked collaboratively with staff to bring this application forward, and staff have indicated they don't have any concerns. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. We do have some folks wanting this, but you have, just reading some of the correspondence in opposition, a lot of it was about the outdoor patio. So you've eliminated that?
That's been eliminated.
Does the neighbors generally know that?
I know that the red line was posted online and available on the AIC. The proposal does have an outdoor patio, which is consistent with the settlement.
So you're not eliminating it entirely, you just
We're maintaining what the as-of-right permission for the outdoor patio is. So we are no longer seeking to expand it.
Oh.
Whatever is allowable, yeah.
Since we're talking about the patio, if I can ask, so can you just did you pull it back from the sidewalk? Like, how is the patio being changed? Because that was one of the big concerns of the neighbors.
Right, so on the subject site, the site-specific bylaw allows for a very small patio within the bounds of the site itself. And then any expansion of that patio would, if proposed, would be looked at through the site plan approval application, and it would require permits from the city.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, like I saw the original patio, which was quite large. Have you pulled it away from the sidewalk and closer to has the part that's been removed have you sort of opened up that space a little bit? Is what, I guess, what I'm asking. I just want to understand where the new patio is and how it's being.
The best place to see the patio would be the ground floor plan.
Yeah, if we can go to that.
And if you zoom in, you will see the boundary of the subject site.
Yeah.
And while it's recognized that we are showing a patio beyond the property line, in the context of this application, a variance for the size is not proposed, and anything beyond the property line would be subject to approval through the site plan.
So what you're saying is that the patio will only be within the property line there?
That's correct.
So you're creating a lot more space beside the sidewalk than was originally planned?
A patio's always been shown there, a linear patio in that area.
I'm just...
What's the change? What change are you making to the patio?
So what you're saying is that now the patio is only within the property line, that dashed line, is that correct?
And that's always been the case.
No, before the patio extended much further. So you've reduced the patio, you've taken away the variance, and now there's no more.
I think what we're trying to figure out is, your original proposal had a patio which the neighbors got really anxious about. You've made some changes, you've eliminated the variance. So just describe what the change to the patio is.
I think that there was a interpretation issue from the zoning examiner. We worked with the zoning examiner to create our list of variances initially, and the zoning examiner had flagged the size of the patio as being too large. But upon review, we realized that the intent of the site-specific zoning bylaw is to limit the size of the patio on the property bounds itself. And that we are not looking to make any changes for. And anything beyond the property line would be reviewed through the context of the site plan approval application.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is fairly technical, that what you still plan to have this large patio, but you've realized that you don't need the variance for it.
I think at this stage, since we're not seeking a variance, as of right, we would only be allowed to have a very narrow linear patio on the subject site today.
So that's what I'm trying to get at. So what you're proposing to do is smaller than what you originally proposed.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're just trying to clarify, but you're saying that if there was a larger patio, it would be through site plan?
Yes.
And you don't need a variance for it?
No.
Okay.
Right, so they might still be asking for that, but that's.
That's beyond us. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Maybe I can add to the conversation. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at variances number 6, 7, and 8, and they are Chapter 900. The other ones are Chapter 900 too, but they're through an OLT decision, is that correct? In the, sorry, in the public notice, in the variances you're requesting.
The only variance to the parent bylaw is the eating establishment size.
Right, and what I was going to say is, and you can agree with me if you'd like, and I'll ask you if you do agree with me, is variance number 7, which is a Chapter 900 performance standard issue. Many of the Chapter 900 standards are legacy and outdated, and I believe that that one, which has a maximum permitted size of an outdoor patio of 4 meters, is outdated.
Oh, number 7 is for
The canopy.
canopy projection.
Sorry, number 8, sorry.
Number 8, oh, yes. Since I understand through conversations with city planning that actually that regulation has been updated since COVID
Right.
to allow for larger patios
Right.
as of right.
But the OP and is not kept up with
Because
that.
our site-specific bylaw predates that change, we're actually limited to this size.
Exactly, okay, thank you.
All right, I'm sure we'll revisit this one in a few minutes, but thank you very much. We'll maybe have our first speaker. Is there anyone here speaking to this item? No? All online?
Hello, Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kitchen Hart Biggert.
Oh, hi. This is the Committee of Adjustment.
Hi.
Is Andrew there?
He's actually in a meeting at the moment.
Okay.
Was he expecting your call?
We were expecting his, but maybe just let him know that the Committee of Adjustment item for which he's interested in is currently being considered. Sorry, sir, do you have something you can add to this?
I do, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Clay. Mr. Biggert was representing the ABC Residents Association.
Yes.
They sent in a letter of support. He wrote the committee and copied me yesterday, advising me to no longer wish to speak.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you very much, sir. All right, if that individual's still online, just tell her we don't need to hear from Mr. Biggert anymore. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll be calling in the other speakers now.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
My name's Frank Copping. I live at 10 McPherson.
Oh, so you're here to speak on this item?
Very briefly.
Oh, yeah, please come on up. We're struggling to find people online, but have a seat and maybe give us your name and address for the record.
Frank Copping, 10 McPherson Avenue, Toronto.
All right.
M5R1W8.
All right, you have up to 5 minutes if you need it.
No.
Okay.
My wife owns number 8 and number 10 McPherson Avenue, and we abut the south wall of 1140 Yonge on behind number 10 McPherson, and there's a laneway separating us from the 1140 Yonge behind number 8 McPherson. If you go north on this laneway, 1140 Yonge is the terminus. If you then head west, you run into my garage. So very little traffic going down that laneway. I thought I would just tell you about what it's like living there. It's very comfortable. The first slide you see there shows there's a chimney about 6 to 8 stories high, covered in vines, which is a result from the motor company showroom that was built in the 1930s. The vines, I have an interest in them because I planted them about 30 years ago on my garage, but they migrated over to the south wall. And what we see when we look in the summer on the right-hand side, we see a wall of green. The next one down, if you could, thank you. In the fall, on the left, we see a wall of red. And for folk who hustle past the laneway, they're missing a treat. I have, when the OLT decision was made, I was a party to it, and we had an agreement with 1140 Young as to construction and everything else. And currently they've sent in a new proposal, which is higher. I've been in consultation with the Ratepayers Group, who were supportive at the OLT, but they've said they're supportive of this increase in height right now. The south wall of 1140 Young is going to go. There'll be a new south wall, and 1140 Young has committed to make it a vegetated wall, so that over time we'll see walls of green and red. And the last shot is some of the colours that if you wander up the laneway you might see. So it's a quiet place, and we've lived there for over 30 years, and you know, we're looking forward to the challenge of adapting to the new normal. We were there 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when 1128 was constructed, which is a 6-story building. It just takes time to factor in, you know, this is what's going to happen. So, but we're not objecting to the site. It's, I think Premier Ford has said you can't object. So.
Thank you very much, sir. It is indeed lovely to have the vegetation on the wall, and I do hope that the new owners accommodate your interest in having a new wall. Perhaps not quite as glorious as that, but maybe something that is nice.
I do see, in fact, on the site plan that soft landscaping is indicated on that wall.
Is it on the wall?
Yeah.
Oh, really? So there, it's in the plans. They're planning
Yeah.
to put something in there. That's great.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, do we have anyone online?
We have another speaker in interest.
Okay.
Anthony, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Grant?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the caller's been disconnected. I can move on to the next speaker.
Sure, let's do that.
Hello, MH, you've been unmuted.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am. You give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Mary Helen Spence. I'm at 85 Pears Avenue.
Hold on a second, ma'am. Just hang on a second. We have an issue. Okay, so we will just take a pause for a moment. One of the panel members is declaring an interest because.
We work together on many issues.
Okay, it's a work colleague, so Dylan will absent himself. All right, thank you, Dylan. All right, you can proceed now, ma'am.
All right, yes. So I've given you my name and address, and I just want to also add that I am here speaking on behalf of the ABC Residents Association, of which I am a member. You do have our letter, which gives you the reasons for our support of the remaining variances, and we are pleased that the variance regarding the patio has been removed and that the size of the restaurant has been reduced. This decision to support has been made with much investigation and discussion, and we believe that the new proposal is in the best interests of the community and the variances meet the 4 tests required by the Planning Act. We do understand and empathize with the concerns of the residents around traffic congestion. We do understand that Yonge Street is a very busy street, and the streets in our area narrow. So traffic is a concern on almost all the issues that we deal with. That is why we had requested an update of the traffic report on this development by BA. And in fact, that their findings are in their presentations, although the presenter did not review them when she presented. So you may ask her to do that, but they have confirmed that this development, the proposed changes to the development, will cause less traffic than the traffic that had been generated by the previous commercial use, which was a Staples site. However, ABC, despite the fact that we are supporting these variances and supporting this development as being in the best interests of the community, will certainly continue to support the Marlborough residents during the construction phase of this development to try and address the concerns that they may have around construction traffic. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions about our letter, I'd be pleased to address them.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Biggert was going to speak on your behalf?
No, he's not going to be speaking today. That's why I'm here.
Okay. All right.
But of course, his letter represents our interests.
Yes, indeed.
And we've assumed you've read it.
Yes, we have.
All right, thank you.
All right, any questions? I think not. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Anyone else speaking
Through
today?
you, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to connect with the speaker in opposition.
This is which one?
This is Naomi Cohen.
Okay, we'll take one crack at getting a hold of her.
The sound of the tone, and I'll get back to you as soon as I'm available.
Sounds like it's not going to happen. All right, we've tried several times to reach the other speakers. It was no success.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is one other speaker in
All right.
opposition. I'll try calling that person. Hello, Igor. You've been unmuted. Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker's been disconnected.
All right. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. And we have, for those who've tried to reach us, we have read your correspondence, so we're familiar with your concerns. All right, we'll have the agent back.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not too sure what you want to respond to.
Just a couple things.
Yeah, there was some correspondence, I'm sure you've read it.
Yes,
and-
we have,
and There was a lot about traffic, as you point out, and a lot about the outdoor patio.
Yes. I think I've addressed the outdoor patio sufficiently. I do want to pull up the last slide related to the traffic, and it's just a table that our transportation consultant, BA Group, has put together. Essentially, it shows exactly what Mary was speaking to, that the proposal is actually expected to generate fewer trips than compared to the previous Staples use, and that's going to result in an overall reduction of traffic on the site. So I want to thank her for raising that and helping me there, and just wanted to flag this for you as well. And then with respect to Mr. Coping's comments about the ivy, we fully appreciate the beauty that that provides to his property, and just want to reiterate that my client has agreed to reinstate soft landscaping along the south facade that interfaces with Mr. Copping's property.
Okay, any questions? Dino?
Very quickly. And I would ask for a very abbreviated explanation I think you can provide. In your materials you've submitted, you talk about an updated north elevation drawing, I think it's A-201. Can you explain exactly what was updated?
I'm just going to go to it.
Sure. A-201.
Oh, okay. I think this is with respect to our proposed first floor height variance.
Okay.
It's provided in the slides, on one of the slides closer to the end. But basically, the only change was an addition of a dimension to demonstrate exactly where the reduced height is located. That was the only change. It was only to provide some additional information.
Sure, and that's for the first floor, right?
For the first floor
For the
height
podium,
variance.
basically, yeah.
It's not for the podium, it's actually internal
Oh,
to the
internal,
building, and it's in association with a terrace above.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Paul, you good?
Just no additional parking being added, correct?
We actually have a slightly reduced number of parking spaces.
That area, Scrivener Square, is really becoming a restaurant mecca. I don't know. And so it's interesting to see that there's no transportation comments at all?
No, they reviewed the application, they flagged we needed an additional accessible parking space, and we added that, and they confirmed they'd have no objections.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's go into committee. Yes, Dino?
Yeah, I'll take this one. I'm going to support this application. I realize that there are a number of variances. I agree that they're technical in nature, many of them. This site falls within the Rosedale Protected Major Transit Station area, which is very important. Under SASP 719, there's a growth target of projected people per hectare and jobs per hectare. I think the site is well served by public transit, and I think it maintains the planned development of the subject site. It's contextually appropriate, represents a mixed-use building, and its massing respects, I think, the scale of the street, as well as the neighborhood around it. It provides, it's going to increase the number of new residential units by 35, and it'll maintain an appropriate mix of residential unit types, as well as accommodating a range of active at-grade uses, which I think results in an active streetscape along Yonge Street. It also, importantly, does not change the heritage designation aspect of the proposal. With that said, I think the application and the variances individually and cumulatively meet the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act. I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application, granting the variances subject to, I think there are no conditions, if I'm not mistaken.
Just amended, it's amended.
It's amended, yeah. The only condition I would add is perhaps to attach revised drawing 3 that's been provided. I don't know if that's something we want to do.
The purpose for that is?
Because it's a revised drawing indicating heights and density differences from the previous application.
Okay, we can do that. Is it included in the revised plans package?
I believe so. I'll have to ask the, yeah.
We can make you come on back.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's already attached to the public notice, revised diagram 3.
Yeah, so it's, I think you got it covered.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, motion to approve by Mr. Lombardi, Mr. Gogan seconds, all in favor. That application is approved. Thank you very much. Paul's in the room. Paul. All right, while we're doing that, I'll move to the next item, which is 178 Quebec Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a deck and stairs. The existing secondary suite will be removed. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 14 photographs of trees on the subject property. You have correspondence and opposition from 182 and 180 Quebec Avenue and 56 Alhambra Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent in person and 2 speakers in opposition.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Brian Abbey, Antec Building Consultants, the agent for...
Great, we're just going to make you wait here for a second, sir, because
No
we're
problem.
trying to find our 4th panel member who appears to have gone missing. This is what happens when we let someone out, we can never find them again.
Put him on a leash.
Okay, new rule, no one leaves without telling us where they're going. Shall we proceed, or do you want to wait?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed. We
Okay.
have quorum.
All right. All right, sir. A little bit of drama there for you. Okay, you can go ahead. Your
Okay.
presentation.
Well, as you're aware, the client proposed to remove the use of a secondary suite. And by doing that, they wanted to gain access for themselves. So they have proposed a rear 1-story addition, which will access the basement. And that basically is it. I am aware that I do have some opposition, but I think that they have probably misread a couple of the dimensions on the drawings, and I hopefully, Sabrina, did you get what I sent you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm looking to the presenter from your email, the email that I sent you. Can you just present what's on
there
the
we go.
screen? Yeah.
It's because I'm going to deal with the objections, if that's okay with you.
Sure, it's your time. Do
Yeah.
what you like.
Basically, I think both opposition came up with the same numbers. They must have concurred with each other. It says on drawing A00, there is a distance from the garage of 45 feet, 5 inches. The actual measurement is 41.3. if you look at the diagram there, you can see that the measurements do concur, they are accurate. Because it's measured from the rear of the basement is the 41'3", or in metric.
Yes, well, I'll ask you just to do it in metric. So that's what
Okay,
we're
well,
looking
they
at.
wrote it in imperial here, so it's, yes, they had assumed it was 12.56 meters from the garage, where in actual fact it is 13.78 meters, because the measurement that they were looking at was the one from the addition in the basement. That dotted line at the bottom, that's below grade.
So that's all below grade.
Well, the top of it's out of grade, but it's part of the basement.
Okay.
And then the other one was they were questioning the length, where it's 33 foot. Oh, they said drawing A01 shows the distance between the garage and the proposed addition to be 33'9", when in fact it is 29'4". Well, that's wrong, because if you look at it's the 12 point, so now I'm confused. Anyway, the dimensions are correct on the drawings that were supplied to, that were uploaded to the committee.
Okay.
The other concerns, I'm sure that they're going to speak, so I'll let them speak, but I think that what we proposed in the first place was quite straightforward, and I think it would meet all the 4 tests, and I think it should be approved. But I'm happy to answer any questions of committee and of the objections.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Panel, why don't we hear from the neighbors first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think they're here, sir, so I'm going to ask you if you could just pop
sure.
back out.
No problem.
All right, folks. All right, I'm going to need your names and addresses, please.
Karen Cochran. I'm at 180 Quebec Avenue.
Okay, and your friend?
M6P2T8.
Okay.
And my name is James Cochran. I'm at 56 Alhambra Avenue. I'm Karen's husband.
Okay. All right.
And owner.
Okay, do you have 5 minutes?
Okay, I just want to say I had a brief discussion with my neighbor prior to receiving the notice, and I may have misunderstood him, but he did tell me that he wanted access to his basement, and that, you know, he was just going to build this, what I thought was going to be a walkway. But then I thought, if he wants access to his basement and he's removing the apartment, then why doesn't he just put the original stairs back inside, in the interior? I have basement stairs going down from off my dining room, and stairs are only like 30 inches wide, so I don't understand why he needs to put an addition on in order to gain access to his basement. That's all.
Okay, and so, let me just probe a little bit. You're concerned, what's your concern about the impact of what he's proposing? Is it going to impact negatively
Yes,
you?
it's going to impact the deck that I use, my outdoor space. I'm on the north side, so currently I get a lot of sunlight on the deck and in the little office that's off it. And I feel that I'm going to be in shade, and I have an herb garden out there that needs sun, and is just going to impact the enjoyment of my outside space.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir, are you speaking as well?
Yes, I'd
Okay,
I'd like
yeah,
to
pull
say
that microphone towards you. No, that one, yeah.
this one, yeah.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, I would like to say a couple of words. First of all, the applicant was saying that the purpose is, as Karen said, for access to the basement. I reviewed the drawings, the documents that were supplied for the purpose of this meeting, and I also supplied some pictures to show what the actual site conditions are. If you look at my pictures, you will see that unlike the drawings, the garages are almost parallel. They're not set back. And subsequently, the length from the garage to the existing buildings is in fact incorrect. It's a shorter distance. So anything you build onto the back of the house is going to reduce the green space substantially as a result of this. And the fact that the gross floor is going to be what I personally feel is excessive, but and the length of the wall. The length of the wall is critical because it's a narrow lot and we occupy the north side. We would like to be able to enjoy our backyard.
And so your concern is similar to Karen's?
Absolutely.
The impact on your light?
And I think it'll have an impact on what the property is worth to somebody else. We're getting older, we're going to sell it, and if it's, quote, boxed in, it will not be very appealing for a family. The neighborhood is a family neighborhood, so we would like to maintain that space.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and the pictures there, I don't know if you've viewed them or not.
Yes, we have. We've seen them.
Okay. I was trying to point out that we did go to great lengths on that elevation of the building to provide lots of natural light into our house, and subsequently have glazing. I think it's picture number, let me see here, picture number 2. The back end of the house is pretty much glazed so that we can get natural light because it's at a premium. I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, panel, any questions? I'm just,
Oh.
so you're interested, you mentioned you have an Alhambra
yeah.
address, but your interest is associated with the Quebec Avenue.
I still own the house with my wife.
All right.
She lives there. In the last 38 seconds, if I could just also say that one thing that I find unusual in the submission is that it says to remove the basement apartment, but yet all the supporting documents show an apartment still in place, and I don't understand the consistency in that.
Okay. Well, we'll put those questions to the agent and ask them to answer them as best of his ability.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, do you want to come back up? Yep. Yeah. I don't think we have any other speakers, do we? No. No, it's your time. You get a chance, you've heard what the neighbors have spoken about, and you've got your chance to kind of clarify.
Okay.
Is your mic on there, sir? Yeah, there you go.
I beg your pardon. Yes, the opposition suggested that they could put back the original stair inside, but they've just spent a fortune on a new kitchen, so they wouldn't want to do that when they've already got the slab out the back of the property, and we're just building basically on top of that slab. And the other thing, I dispute the fact that he implies that the dimensions are incorrect. I mean, these dimensions were actually taken from an Ontario land survey, and I think that should be on file. I think I filed the survey as well. And the last point was they suggested that the drawings still show rooms as an apartment in the basement. I think we're taking away the use, not the. They may want to keep the bedroom, they may want to keep they may take it apart at another time, but it's not going to be rented out as a secondary suite.
Okay, and we don't have a variance before us with respect to the secondary suite anyways, right?
No,
No.
no.
All right, any questions, panel? Paul?
That's a quick question. So it looks like you're extending the rear of the house, so you have an climate-controlled access to go down to the basement instead of going outside the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
Basically, that's it.
And you're keeping the little two-piece washroom as is?
Yes.
And so it's really just an extension of that kitchen, I don't know, it's like a eating area or something?
Yes.
And then you go down to the basement?
Exactly.
And then the rest, okay.
I think there was, one of the questions was what was would be the use of that space, and I think it's basically just a utility space. It's a sunroom, it could be a library, it could be an office,
Got it, okay.
a study.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. All right, we have no further questions. I'm sorry, sir, your time's up. Not you, your neighbor. All right, we'll take it into committee. Okay, Paul?
I'll take this. This is, unfortunately, everything we do has impact on adjacent neighbors and whatnot. This it does seem minor in nature. It's a reasonable, desirable improvement to have kind of all-weather or climate-controlled access to the lower basement. The variances that we're seeing here are, I do believe, are minor in nature. I think we're seeing, you know, a 0.69 FSI that we're seeing going up to a 0.83 is really minor given the size and nature of the property and the layout of the property. So I would support this application.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to, without amendment, that we approve this application without amendment.
All right, motion by Mr. Gogan to approve, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, do we send out another SOS for Dylan, or?
Jane's gonna check.
There's a little, you trip on the stairs or anything? Do you want to, Sabrina, do you want to just push on?
Yeah, I mean, we can.
This is very straightforward. Okay, so let us move on to item number 15. 16 Dartford Road. This is an application to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a rear second-story addition, enclosing the rear veranda and habitable space. Committee has before a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, and a covering letter from the agent. We have correspondence and support from 63 Cambridge Avenue and a petition in support signed by owners occupants of 14 Dartford. All right, do we have the agent?
I don't know if the agent's here, but the owner.
Oh, come on up.
The agent didn't show up.
Come on up. I think you should
Through you,
fire,
Mr. Chair.
fire our agent.
We actually have the agent
Okay.
online. Hello, Mark, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name's Mary Feely, and I'm a planner with SGL Planning, and I'm at 1547 Bloor Street West in Toronto.
All right, ma'am. Thank you for waiting for so long. I don't think we need a presentation on this application, even though appreciate you coming down, sir. It's a very straightforward application. It's just FSI. If we don't need a presentation, we've read the material. Is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we take it into committee for a decision?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, though.
All right, thank you. Okay, any questions? No, okay. We're in committee. Paul, did your hand go up there?
Yeah, I'll move this. This is, again, a very modest improvement, and it looks like a very good very good addition to an existing building. So I don't think there's a Metrolinx, but there's no conditions or on the Metrolinx correspondence, so I would move we approve this as presented.
Great, okay, motion by Mr. Gogan to approve, seconded by Mr. Lombardi, all in favor? You have your approval, sir, and
Thank you.
we'd like to welcome back Mr. Reed. There was some concern, there was search parties out for you. Okay. We were checking under the stairs in case you fell. Okay, item number 16, 1250 Gerrard Street East. This is an application to alter the existing three-story mixed-use row house dwelling by constructing a rear three-story addition with a basement walkout and an exterior fire escape staircase leading to all levels. Also to construct one ground-level office space and 4 residential dwelling units within this building. There will be a total of 5 bicycle parking spaces provided in the rear yard. The existing ground-level commercial space, which is a coin laundry facility, will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, and we have a staff report from transportation.
Yeah.
All right, do we have the agent?
Hello, again, good afternoon, Chairman and committee member. My name's Eddie Perez. I'm at 537 Rogers Road.
All right, hang on a sec, Eddie. Panel, does anyone need a presentation on this one?
This is one of the ones with transportation.
Oh, right. This is, Ed, have you seen the transportation report?
Yeah, I seen it. I also talked to my client. They prefer not to have that condition because in that laneway, there's garages all along the whole laneway, and there's a lot of utility poles, and I don't see that lane getting widened anytime soon. And 3 doors down, it's all housing, like houses. They're probably going to be building garden suites and stuff in the back, or laneway suites. So I think this condition shouldn't have been imposed. It also is not a severance, it's just a minor variance. So that's my opinion. The client rather not, you guys not impose this condition on it. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'll answer
you.
the questions.
Eddie, you have questions? Yeah, I'm just trying to,
I mean, if we did want to impose the condition, would you prefer to defer it, depending on how what we're considering?
So this one's asking that it be conveyed.
Yeah.
this is a little bit different. So have you had any conversations, Eddie, with transportation staff?
No, I have not had any conversation with transportation.
And so this was dated February 13th. You'd seen this notice previously?
I saw it a couple of days ago. I printed it. When I went online to check, I saw it a couple of days ago. I didn't reach out because I didn't feel I had enough time. For me, I feel
Well, you've got us at a disadvantage here. This one is one where it's not an existing structure. You're putting an extension onto the building.
Correct.
Where you're going into an area that transportation feels uncomfortable with. So I guess as Dylan points out, this one might benefit from some further discussion with transportation. Just to kind of clarify, if you've got a good case, you may be able to convince them otherwise. But we're at a bit of a disadvantage as a committee because we've got a recommendation from transportation, irrespective of what may or may not happen along that lane in the future. You know, and I think we'd prefer to have some clarity.
Yeah, and I mean, if there may be ways to adjust your plans to allow the transportation conveyance, or you may need to adjust them so that you don't have any, so you have 0 visitor parking, which I'm sure the committee would be willing to consider given the circumstances. But like, it would make more sense for you to work with transportation, see where that comes, and then come with variances that, you know, and plans that align with what transportation's asking for.
Yeah, but we're not impeaching on that area with the parking or the bicycles. So I don't see why it should be deferred. To me, it shouldn't be imposed, in my opinion, anyway. Like, they're gonna have that little piece of land to do not much with it, because the rest of the laneway is not gonna change. 2 doors down, they only have 2 feet, and there's a structure there, a big solid garage. Like, I don't see it happening anytime soon. So imposing it, it doesn't benefit the owner, and it doesn't benefit the city, because I don't see it happening within the next 50 years or so anyway.
I guess we just discuss and.
So, I'm just looking at your variances, so you're seeking a variance for parking, which I get. And then you've got a minimum distance between the main walls and the lot line that is not adjacent to a street or a lane.
Yeah, that's for the openings of the windows and such.
That's just for the windows, so you're not
Yeah.
looking, there's no variance here with respect to setback from the laneway.
No?
No, but it's possible it could affect the parking spot, but it may not. Yeah.
It's relating to, so transportation's concern is about the parking.
But we can always pass it with what transportation's saying is do the conveyance and then rewrite the plan. So we could always approve it with, if we chose, we could approve it with the condition, and it's
Put a
up to them to
condition on it.
rewrite the plans.
Yes, we can do that.
You wanna go in camera?
Are we finished with questions for the agent? Okay, let's go in committee.
I mean, it's a good proposal
Yeah, it
overall.
is.
I just agree, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I agree with the chair, in that we're at a bit of a disadvantage because we have this comment. We don't have transportation here. The applicant has not spoken with transportation. They could have alleviated our concern, saying, yes, we've spoken, and they said, no, this. I don't know, I mean.
I'll speak to the condition. I think that it is a condition that we should impose.
Which is what transportation is recommending, right?
Yeah, I think that, like, honestly, it's right at the edge of the laneway, so, I can certainly see over time that laneway being widened as per city policy. There isn't an existing structure there. It's not like the other case where there was an existing structure. Here, there's flexibility.
Yeah.
And if we approve it and impose the condition, then, what the transportation is saying is they just have to work with the plans, and then whatever, they can figure it out themselves.
The only caveat to that is.
Microphone.
They can't.
Microphone. Turn.
The applicant will not be able to clear the condition as long as this condition stays in place. So that will impede their ability to move forward and get clearance on conditions. So if they're willing to accept that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can help, if the committee imposes conditions that the applicant doesn't agree with, they can appeal the application. And during the time they're waiting for a hearing date, they could negotiate further discussion with transportation. And then if they end up negotiating something, then they could just withdraw their appeal.
Yeah.
Right?
That sounds good.
Or transportation services submit something in writing saying that these conditions no longer apply. And then they can pull their appeal, yeah.
And it might be possible that they can just work out, I think it's just a question of whether the parking spot can still be accommodated after the conveyance, and maybe that's possible, so.
Maybe.
And if it's not, then they'd have to come back to committee to have 0 parking on site.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Or a smaller parking spot. Yeah, undersized parking.
I'm not sure.
Yes, Paul, is your microphone on?
Yeah, I'm not sure
Okay.
the plan works if you take away the 1.48, if he can still get his 1 parking space and his bike parking on there. If he conveys it, he doesn't have right use of the land anymore? Yeah. Okay.
Until such time the city
Yeah, okay.
decides to widen, if they do at all.
I think this could also, sorry. I
Yeah,
don't know if
someone
you're
done.
finished.
Yeah, I'm done.
I think this could be a way that the transportation's triggered discussion with the applicant, because they haven't heard from them.
Well, there hasn't been discussion. I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
what
what's
I'm saying,
is
that-
unfortunate. These usually, when you get a condition, usually the applicant has a discussion about it. And that hasn't happened, and maybe there is a resolution to this issue. All right, I think we've come to a conclusion. Who wants to move this motion? Okay, Dino?
I'll say that this is a minor application in the sense of the four tests. I think it's a modest renovation. I think it's appropriate, meets the four tests. I would support approval of the application and the two variances, subject to the condition put forward by Transportation Review.
Okay, motion by Mr. Lombardi to approve with a transportation condition, is seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, application is approved with that condition. So, Mr. Perez, I think it'd be worthwhile for you to have some discussions with transportation. Okay, that concludes the morning session. Sabrina?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll reconvene at 2:40.
Okay. It's weird,